Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. All right, guys, this is going to be different. Actually, it's morning for me, just me and the cats and my thoughts right now. Um, I'm I'm actually speechless right now. I just recently just got off the phone with the US Embassy. Um, one other vlogger just released um that it's possible they have found Elliot, the missing vlogger, um, over in Mindanao. And of course, we can't say it's official, but I'm pretty sure it's him. Okay. George, if I didn't mention, my mind's kind of everywhere right now. George, there was a family outing. So he's at the family home. So instead of waiting tomorrow, which is another 12 hours, I thought I would cover it and like talk about my thoughts as an American. Um, our hearts go out to his family. I'm not even sure if his wife knows at this point, but I'll tell you right now, the embassy was almost floored when I contacted them. They said, yeah, no, because I was like, I know maybe they won't talk to me or because they have a hotline there. So when I called it, I said, I don't know how to quite say this. I said, footage has come up on Facebook where a person has washed ashore and it appears to be Caucasian, very, very Caucasian. So it doesn't appear to be Filipino. Although when this has happened before, color kind of runs from the person when this happens. Um, so, but it all seems to fit. It looks young person, everything. So I'm pretty sure it is who it actually is. I'm going to run some clips. I do have a link to the original video. Some have already seen it on REEKAY's channel. Okay, he's the only other person that I know. I've been contacted by some people also, and I just wasn't sure how we were going to do this. So I have the two clips from earlier. We'll leave the news thing out. And so me and George was talking on and off before he left to go spend time with his family. I won't talk about the outing. But our feelings was, well, we had several opinions on what we thought was actually going on. And more information has been added throughout the day. More clips have been found. Um, the clips that I have that I've edited shows where he said, I'm going to be kidnapped. It's very blatant. A bunch of people already knew that and seen that. It appears he needed permission to leave the house. He's seen this coming. A lot of people are floored by, why he stayed. We said it was love. Um, it turns out there are other things being added in the newspapers that allegedly she had a previous boyfriend, a possible jealousy situation going on. Um, I will show you clips where she's also, um, from her own words, she says she's pregnant. There's so much into the mix now. Um, of course, we probably demonetized for this video, but we still felt that, because I double checked with George and he's like, yeah, go ahead and run it. Most definitely. And so did some of the people that we speak to. And um, yeah, Maguindanao, Gabi, Heidi, George doing tag guy. No, not tag guy, just his uncle and his grandchild. He spends time over there. Like, the family home's not very far from here. So I just, said stay the night because we did the live today. So yeah. So but I'll give what I actually think, but I was floored that 10 hours ago this happened and locals found them. And it's not the first time I've seen locals find these, unalived people. Like, I remember when I first got here, like, there was those kids in the car, and of course, kind of like the locals found them before the police showed up. There was a little boy that had disappeared. He was like a 3-year-old. It's the very first time I had experienced it here in the Philippines. Same thing. A bunch of other kids found him, tons of adults around afterwards. That's kind of what this clip is. I want to let you know that it is very, very blurred out. It's very, very blurred out. And so I will show it after I show these clips. No, I understand, Claire. You're new to the practice, and I've looked at that footage. I wouldn't, and I'm not saying 100% that it is him, okay? But it is found on the shore, and it is definitely a Caucasian male. That's not jumping the gun. So I don't think he is, and this has been reported to me on the side. So I wouldn't call it, you know, that it would be irresponsible, responsible. So I get what you're saying. We're saying it's possible him. It's him. So it's not official yet. So, but I don't know what other Caucasian male would arrive on the shores in Bermuda, Bahama shorts, after, everything kind of is fitting. So it is possible they have found him. So I'm just going to run clips that we have showing. We did run one or two of these this morning, and then a new one. So, oh, did Tim actually show the actual like footage where they found him? I would say so, Tony, but it's unconfirmed. In the embassy said. I want to say, I believe your name's Lou. You have to, like, when you read the newspapers, it says allegedly on a lot of stuff. Allegedly shot, everything was an alleged situation. So, like I said, I don't know what there's not many Caucasian guys out there, but it's possible it could be a very light-skinned Filipino. So I get it. So, but I still think it's worth, so much so, like I said, I contacted the embassy and they said, no, nobody called. And I get why they wouldn't, but I just put them on alert. So, yeah, is it Bosco Dollar? Is it a bunch? I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but in that area, but I don't know. Also, George has seen the footage and he has a blue rope tied to one of his feet, just one rope on one foot. So, yeah, very sad. I was hoping against all hope that this would be the actual end result. And yes, that's what several times today and the day before they said no ransom was asked for, no money, no reports. They were tracing boats. And George says they were discussing boats in the footage and everything. So I'm trying to figure out how to actually start this. If I want to start with the clips from earlier today, let's just go and set the stage for those that did or didn't see the clips that were put together from this morning. It's only like 1 minute long. Then I'll do the other one, and then we will. Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, I built this waiting shed too. That costed like $15,000 just for this waiting shed, and the roof and everything.
These are some of the clips where he was talking about what he spent money on. These will be the clips that show where he was doing the loans.
Pretty sure.
And these were, I
And
believe, most of these were
the
done in the
Wi-Fi
last
and the
60
solar,
days.
I think I spent a total like 130K or something, maybe 120. Yeah.
All of these are available on Facebook and his
130,000 pesos.
YouTube.
Like being scared here. Dangerous people. Always have to hide. Gee, go down. Some of our days been like today. The guy we lent money to, he returned our money. When we lent him 21,400, and he came back with 23,500. Some little extra. We sent him back with 35K. Yeah. Should be seeing a little bit extra profit off of this. Maybe in 1 month we'll have already 3,500 profits. You know, business. I think the guy had gone. Some sort. There's like so many of them. There's like 4 of them. 4 people there. I don't know, dude. It's the family boy that's just scared. Like, they want to keep me in like a little box so that they keep me as safe as possible. And then by doing that, they feel like they're keeping themselves as safe as possible. I feel like I've been staying in this area for so long to the point where people, I don't even know people like me anymore. Maybe they want bad things to happen to me now. It's like that's how I'm starting to think. So it's like, it's really not good.
I'm sorry, these are unprocessed.
Sometimes it's hard for me, like living with my out there too. Back in the U.S., like no matter what I do, no matter how nice I be or anything, like it's hard. It's just hard for me to live with him. I don't know why. I did my fair share of adventuring, like in the U.S. stuff like.
Real quick, something I do know about Filipinos is they don't have a lot of hair under their armpits either. I mean, it's kind of very like thin or none at all. The person found has quite a bit of hair, and he's always got his arms up. A lot of people notice he was always digging at his arms, and his arms are always up. I know that kind of does and doesn't pertain, but the raw footage that can be found on Facebook, and like I said, we have a link if you guys to go through our messenger, we could send it. But he does have a lot of hair, and the person does.
Not really much like in the Philippines or anything like that. And if it comes to the point where it's like all of a sudden I'm kidnapped and something's gonna happen to me, I'm gonna ask myself, I don't know. It's not like living with my grandparents who are just absolutely so nice all the time. Like, yeah, people are rude sometimes a little bit. The right way to do it is probably to be like, you can do that. Just become a Muslim, and then it's okay. You can marry anyone. It's like part of the culture. You can marry up to like 7.
It just happened a couple hours ago, Lou. And yes, it's new footage.
The other thing I would say is people's attitude. It's hard to deal with a little bit sometimes too.
Monkey in the wall. No, I don't know if I'm pregnant or no. They said I'm pregnant. No, I don't wanna go, just only you and me. I don't wanna go, just only you and me. I'm afraid.
Why? I'm afraid.
I'm afraid if we don't have somebody with us.
I don't really know because everybody's telling me right now there's people out there planning to come get me, bro. No, but that's true though. There's people coming here to tell my family that there's people that want to kidnap me or they're threatening to kidnap me or stuff like that. Like every day this is happening. This is like a real life thing for me here. And that's why no foreigners or there's no tourists staying here because they're smarter than that. But for me, I've been living here. I've been taking.
Mindanao's a big area, so I wouldn't think that every single person would know every corner of that. And could it possibly be somebody else? I would hope to God so it's not him. That is for sure. Yeah, that was kind of strange there. Okay, so and then I will give you guys the footage. This is majorly blurred out, so any of the raw footage you would have to, go. But it seems like a lot of people have already seen this. So just this is just to show you guys that I will let you guys hear some of the audio. I don't know how many people can actually translate. So, but and the dates on everything pointed to today. Yeah, so it looked like some serious damage to his skull. So a lot of this is alleged that we've been hearing about what had happened that night. Some had said it was a love triangle. Recent information that she could be pregnant. All kinds of stuff's out there. But like I said, there's always three sides. There's always, I'm sure a lot more will come out. So let's see. But a lot of people in the live, which now it's been, would have been considered yesterday for most, it would have been a lot of conversation went on about, anywhere from they thought with the way he kept saying this in the last few months that he might have set something up himself, that it could have been for ransom, that it could have been the locals knew. A lot of them, as you just heard, he said a lot of people didn't like him. He's also been making comments about Filipinos over there. He married, a Muslim woman. A lot of things were happening that could have made people feel different about him. And the biggest, probably one of his biggest issues might have been when he started doing the loans, either for non-repayment, like if somebody didn't want to, or they were cutting into business, or something was going on. And so, yeah, so there's a lot going on. He had disappeared on October 17th around 11 o'clock at night. And this was reported, as I'm to understand, by the family. I mean, who else would, being they said they came in the night. It is an area that is a no-go zone. Again, he had been doing the 5/6s. He was running that PisoNet, the Wi-Fi. He set up with solar, trying to make money out of that because he was a driver, a food delivery driver, which all this is on his Facebook and his YouTube where he was showing this. The one thing I did notice is it was mentioned that this was his first place since he left outside of the country, but we were right. We did find all of his videos from where he went to Liberia. So we said he did kind of like what we would call not slum tourism, but he did like some dangerous tourism because the area he went over to, he said that, that the cops seemed shady and everything. And he did have a relationship with his mom, but he said that he was living with his grandparents, but yet it did show him spending a lot of time like with his mother in his videos. So taking her to doing stuff with her with work. So, but it said something about rehab. I don't know if that was working with his dad or if he had an issue. None of that is like confirmed, but the Sorry store, he might have been doing the Wu-Tang credit, and always talking about what he was spending was a major mistake. And we've said for years that being too flashy in certain areas, we were saying if we just moved 10 miles the other way, possibly owning a microwave, having a car, the e-trike and all that out front of the house might actually, if we were always bragging about doing this, and that, you just don't want to do something like that. So a lot going on. We hope it's not him. Again, I'll reiterate, when I called the U.S. Embassy after seeing that, they said that no, nobody has contacted him and they did not know. And like I said, I'll repeat, I would think they wouldn't say anything. That's why I thought maybe she kind of stopped and she just kind of hesitated. I said, are you guys not allowed to say whether you already know? She goes, no, we haven't been contacted. And George said that's a good possibility they may not have. So basically, this is probably less than 12 hours ago, 10 hours ago, that this would just be being handled by like whoever's there locally. Just probably, and then probably by morning it'll start hitting everything before they start contacting. And like I said, the embassy is officially closed, but there is an emergency line. So let me go through this. As you guys know, I've only done these a few times on my own. I've watched the video of the body washing up on the shore and the people pulling it out of the water. It was very sad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure not too many ever have been actually pulled out of that area. So old footage, I don't think it is. And there I am saying hello. And I agree. He did not deserve this. It doesn't matter if, he was a bonehead, made bonehead mistakes, and, a lot's been said. Somebody, what was it that I read today? Somebody said, how'd they put that? Pretty much it is what it is, but basically it was like they called him, that too. But no, he definitely did not deserve that. And yes, I saw in the newspaper it said the people had 2 people identified. Yes, they said they had people that they were questioning and some sketches and all that, but the thing that caught George's attention is the latest article just a few hours ago, because we just found out about this about 2-3 hours ago. We just didn't know whether to do a live. Was they said they felt that it did not even leave the general area, so like they were thinking it was somewhere within the vicinity. Yeah. And a lot more information we want to leave out, but there's a lot going on. Yeah. And hello, Sarah. She said, I was outside. Are you okay? Yes. No storm, just this going on. Yes. Rest in peace to that person for sure. It's unconfirmed if it is him. So this is a topic of discussion. And a lot of things haven't, it really takes a lot to shake me to the core. Okay. And I'm talking about like serious, like core. And besides my daughter giving birth, and there were some issues during her delivery, that would be one of them, because it was just the way the kids, were holding their nose, to be graphic, and they were like, ooh, and they were kind of pushing and pulling, trying to get him out. And then he was just being left there, and who knows how long. And then the actual where he was put on the ground and everything. Um, so it's kind of, after all of this, with all the things put together, George had said before we found out all this that the story will eventually come together for sure. Like all these pieces. I not giving any credit to the extremist groups, but nothing has happened in that area for years. And he said that maybe they wanted to say something and then not say something. And I know they were really putting in some effort to find him, and they were kind of taking a fall, and who knows all of that, when this could have been multiple things. It could allegedly be, you know, threesome, lover quarrel. There was rumors that the boyfriend was wanting her back. Somebody went and said she was married previously. There's all kinds of information out there. Kind of goes around, kind of like the guy in the club and everything. There were so many different things, and we finally took all this information and put it together. And I'm not discounting anybody's vlogs that have put out any information. We just tried to add a little bit more. Like, he has traveled, and yes, he has contact with his mother. And this is per his own information. And so it's just yeah. And I was thinking that, Tony, it only takes a second. Every decision is only 1 second. He should have left when he knew. Only a second can change your whole world. It was also said allegedly his immigration was like out of time, and that he was allegedly going to be leaving. But these, again, all of this could be, all hearsay. Again, this is a group conversation. I have to say that this is all a discussion, that it's possible they found him. You know, everybody can piece together their own situation and have their, own opinion that it is and is not him. In my gut to gut, I feel that it is. I don't know how many, all the other parts of the situation is there. So. Yeah, at least they found the body, and his wife will have closure. That's going to be the biggest thing. But after this, what I feel sorry for is that they're probably going to come back through and put the ringer on the family for sure. It could have been none of their deal at all, and this could have just been somebody that really liked her. It could have been an ex, could have been somebody that, he owed money, the money deal. Could be anything. Any of the possibilities are on the table. And I don't know how much of an investigation or will actually go into this. A lot of people think that the government will just rush back out there and that it's all going to be handled, but it's, I'm talking about like the US government. I did see where they put the drones up. So somebody had mentioned that. We did see where earlier today, they show where they had drones. So, yeah. Hey, Scott, Foreign D, Magadan Gabi, and George is not in Tagaytay. It was a love triangle. They got 2 people identified, and it's the ex-boyfriend of the first wife. That's another thing. When you say that, are we saying that he was married? Was that okay? So just got to fill me in. Was it possible? We I think we discussed that earlier. He had a second ring on his finger at some point. Does he have? I mean, you just heard him talk about you can have up to X amount of wives over there, and conversion to Islam, and he went through all of that. Was he married? It was a love triangle that got 2 people identified, and it's the ex-boyfriend of the first wife. So was both those girls his wife that were in I mean, there was always a second woman there. There's a lot going on, guys. I'm sure it's all going to come out. I think they've been very hush, hush at this point. And, like for good reasons. Most did streak. Most did. Kind of figured that it would happen. Tony, wasn't it you? There was a few that we seen. Remember, this is being covered by a ton of vloggers, a bunch of media. I feel the vloggers give a lot of insight too, and they're usually first on the scene because it takes a while for the newspapers where they confirm everything. We get it. But like on some of the, like there was a bunch of people on Facebook and you'll see like 100, 200 comments, and people from different areas that are here and in the United States have been making a lot of comments. And I probably seen about every fifth comment, he's sleeping with the fishes. And it's, you know, yeah, there's a lot to say. Yeah. Oh, I take it, yeah, when you said Yank, you must be British. Clairvoyant, and I believe we've seen you before. Hey, just please practice responsible reporting. REEKAY has jumped the gun many times, only to be wrong. The Yank in his videos several times in the past, most notably during the pandemic. I get that. And usually we're pretty good about that, guys. Like during the club thing, we even had 2 or 3 people that were at the club that night with the guy that got attacked by the rap singer. We had people from the club that was messaging us and the sister, and then we started thinking that the sister wasn't real. Like we were getting 2 and 3 messages, and I finally said, yeah, nice going, you're just a troll, right? She sent proof it was her, and I was like had my foot in my mouth and stuff, because I just, usually we don't talk to family members, but she had made a contact to us and wanted a copy of the video. And so I was like, no, I said, we not gonna just, send this specific one off to anybody. And so she did prove it. She did prove by providing like her ID, passport, and a bunch of his stuff. And so she proved who she was. But I get it. We try to, go through, and let's just say the embassy's very interested right now. As a matter of fact, they probably have tried through the email. I was just really surprised, per the articles today, they said as of within a day or two, they could not get through to the embassy, but it could be because it's after hours and you hit that button. But I'll let you know, they were like on the ball. So that was for sure. Let me see. Because it's only been like an hour and a half since. Yeah, so probably not as soon. It's strange that they did not take his wife with Elliot. It wouldn't be to me if if it's something involved, but if there is the second wife and it's his boyfriend, yes. I think they might have just been mad at everything that he was doing. Could have been some jealousy of spending money, although in the American standard, he didn't have money, but in a Filipino standard over there, where what he was spending in a short period of time might have been 6 months' wages, it would seem so. The fact he spent 130,000 on the deck itself, like the shingles up there and setting different things up, that's still 2,000, 2,050 would be 100. So I don't know, it's like $3,000 just on one item. It would, seem like he does. And the travel and different things that he's been doing. So yeah. Yes, Tim K has been covering that. Yes. So, kudos to him and REEKAY if he's the one that actually released that. So yeah. Most definitely. There it is. I was looking for my chapstick. Sorry guys. My lips have been probably from running the air conditioning. So, and it could be medicine. Yeah. And we reconsidered when we said earlier today that it seems he has a neurological issue, and we rewatched things, and then there was some opinions that it's just because he's young and all of that. And we considered part of it, but even being young, he had a lot of strange behavior. Maybe that was an admittance that he had been like through substance like classes, or something was going on, or there was something possibly else going on. But one minute he was talking in a very soft voice and just always quiet, or he was totally like active, like dancing with this girl on his TikToks. And I seen where he played the guitar and everything, but overall very charming. He was found in 2013 where he was supporting his sister. I believe she was in a band, like marching band of something, and they had him on the news. So he like made it to the local news and everything, and his YouTube actually took off. Um, and his YouTube, it looks like his numbers have doubled or tripled, and the same with his Facebook. Like some of them only had like 200 views, and now they're at thousands. So I think some have 60 and 70,000, but I think it's curiosity and drama 100% sells. It doesn't matter. We were discussing how when that little capsule boat went to the bottom of, I'm bad with names, Titanium, whatever, Zeppelin, I don't know what they called it now, Ocean Gate, was it? When it went to the bottom, there were people like, great, there goes a bunch of billionaires, we didn't need them. And there was all these comments about uh these guys that were just stupid for going down there, and you heard all this and the negativity and the positivity. They hoped he was there, but it was like, it's kind of like the election thing. People want this, they don't want that, they hate, they love, and it's wild. But I mean, we made super light of it when the first time that we discussed this, but in the end, we made clear that we were praying for him and his family and his wife, and in the end, I'm sure more will come out. That is for sure. Tony, I would have to agree. Um, and I know it's freaky for me to talk about armpit hair, but you guys know me and George are diabolical when it comes to details. I think people hate us for it, they love us for it, but me and George, and we never even, well, we went to one of those places where they do like the sleuthing or something for one of our date nights back in the US. But George is, as you guys know, he can go into full details, and he'll break down the type of paper something's on, the type of ink, and so he's really really intelligent. For me, the armpit hair beings, I've seen a lot of Filipinos around here with sparse hair that are all Filipino. That was an awful big patch for being in the water, what appeared to be days. So he's definitely been in the water for a while. And if it wasn't for him always doing this, kind of like me playing with my hair and stuff, you go, yep, that's Heidi. Look at all that hair. Same thing. He had a lot of hair, and he's just way too pale. But yeah, it's a trip. Yeah, no ransom. And I'm telling you, if it was them, they'd have asked for it by now. They'd at least, George said they would have asked to recover just to bring the body back to the wife. Everything's been said. Somebody within the family, could have been a cousin, somebody in a different area. Like I said, there was something strange going on when he met the first girl on Facebook, and the wife and it's still on Facebook where they did how we met, and she did a lot of the talking, and she was going into details about the first woman that he came to meet. So he had been back and forth a few times. So, and I agree. I addressed that. Yeah, that there was no wound in the leg. So, but it was the family that said it. And they never officially really found anything. When they were showing some photos through the internet, there was what possibly was splatter. And they quarantined it off with driftwood and coconut, like the husk part of it. And so I would agree on that side that that could be a, you know, but also depending, you were able to get a good look at the entire thing. Like there was, that just wasn't from drifting in the water. And so that would be my question. you guys would know it's me. You'd be like, yep, look at all that hair and look how big that person is. I was joking earlier, making light. Um, it's, because it's very nervous because it still does put all the Americans and foreigners in a spot of a hair nervousness. Most almost say that they're not nervous because it happened, and we're in Mabalacat, or just about a mile to Angeles City, and it's still, with something like that happening, all kinds of different things could happen. And in making light of it, I said something, and we joked earlier about I'm just way too big to kidnap, and so Georgia said, "I love you anyways." So, but it could happen to anybody. But yeah, I don't know how many, but I know that if you look it up on Facebook and you type that in for Mindanao, over the years there have been, but it was, to me, pretty clear it was Filipino. But once the body loses the fluids and all of that, and they do turn pretty pale. But there's a lot of damage to the noggin, a lot. And George said that's not, well, of course, it's not a jet ski that hit it, or it doesn't appear to be a boat. It was, you know how when you could tell whether in one of those detective shows whether somebody was offed just because it was a robbery, that's a pew pew once or twice, or if it's a mad girlfriend and there's 99 holes in the guy. This looked like it was rage. So this doesn't appear to be, let's say that somebody didn't want to repay the loan, or, hey, you're cutting into my business, and this was like a mafia situation. I don't think they would go that far. But, and George said it doesn't look like a shark or anything bit him in the head and did that damage. So this poor guy and his family, I'm sure they've somewhat tried to prepare themselves, kind of like and I'm not comparing it to my mother. She passed away at 50 years old of cancer herself. And I tried to prepare myself for a little while. And then when I got to the hospital and we didn't know that it was going to be that day that she passed on, I thought I was prepared. Then it always hits you. And I'm sure that that is just something. His mother is definitely around my age. And I couldn't imagine, us losing any of our kids. Yeah. Yes, that's a sad day. And actually, it's really awkward for George not being here. I think this is like the second live stream I've done this month. The one, I forgot why. I think I just randomly did one. But yeah. And I think I did one when he went to Tagatai. So I'm not saying this is a fun event, but it's a learning curve. I got so used to like my sidekick and everything. The cats were active for a while. So yes, fit body, because you'd known it if it had been me out there. But like, oh, the body has the same haircut. Oh, because there was little to no hair on his head, but yeah, there was a bunch under his arms and stuff. So yeah, it seemed to be a small amount. Yeah. And when this is over, I will put the same link. But and then of course you just seen part of it, but I mean it's probably already going to be bad enough. I mean, not trying to profit on this anyway. So, but probably just based on that video, they will take the $20 that'll come in for this, and that's okay. It's better to talk to people to let you know that I have felt safe everywhere that I've went. I mean, sometimes it gets a little awkward because it doesn't matter if you're big, small, black or white, or Korean coming over here. They're always, as Filipinos, going to stare at you like when, George arrived to the United States years ago. Same thing, all eyes were on him as an Asian guy. And even so then, because he had been in the US over 25 years. So Here, it's a little awkward for me, but I have confidence knowing it's nothing else. And at first, I went through that, hey, it's because I'm big and all that. But anyways, I digress. Um, I feel safe here. I mean, I may not take like a lot of money out. We've always said be safe with your money. Um, Even these inexpensive, cheap earrings, sometimes I don't wear certain ones that look like they might be diamonds because, like George said, they won't try to determine whether or not. They just think you have things. And so, but you still have to keep your head on a swivel. I mean, sunshine shoulders. A lot of different people have made statements, a lot, giving it the advice of, you need to be safe. And for years, people have laughed at me or said things when I said, oh, be careful this or be careful that. And they're like, she's just bitching about everything and she's just this and she's that. No, you still have to have a lot of precaution. You have to, um, the Philippines, Chosen One said it best early about being here in the Philippines. It's not for a newbie. It's not like going into the wading pool. You actually really need some traveling time. You really should come here several times. Um, Even in my mind, as well planned as I had planned coming here, I still didn't think it would be like this. And we lived in Mexico for 6 months before we came here. And I've been to Egypt in bad areas. And I've traveled to a lot of places, and it still did not prepare me for the things that I saw. But safety wasn't one of them. But I'm not a fool to go into those areas. And uh, there was a full discussion about Kulos too earlier too, that has been showing all areas of the Philippines, being travelable. And I'm sure that it is, and that it is, but I wouldn't be living down there long term. If you went down there in a day trip and took a bunch of, you know, people with you and then had guides and all these things and you were just going down for a short period or something, that's a possibility. Me, myself personally, would not. I mean, there would only be so far I'd go, maybe to northern Mindanao, maybe to Davao City. We even considered at one point moving to Davao City. There's a bunch of people there when we first got here, and during the pandemic, we were speaking to how beautiful it is there. But always, always keep your head on a swivel. I mean, I mean, even when I take out the trash, I do that. It doesn't matter, lock gate, anybody can come up and over, you know, a rabid dog can come through the gate and bite me. That's another thing. You got to be careful for the animals. He was showing how there was a bunch of like puppies and dogs like in large packs down on the beach area and stuff, and you just have to be careful. You just never know. So, and that's the same with anywhere, like walking street, dating the girls, dating the guys, um, scams. So if I didn't read this, Sambuanga is a hot zone. A lot of insurgents are there. I had to walk around armed to protect myself. Okay, so don't go there unless you're Pinoy. Um, as a matter of fact, um, when you actually mentioned that the guess I didn't put that up there. Um, the previous person, I think in 2010 or 12, I mentioned earlier, the Filipina and her half American son, they came on a short period vacation and they were taken, and they went through a bunch of stuff. And so she didn't think it would happen to her as a Filipina. And so um, it's we got that. Yeah, certain areas you just wouldn't want to. Where did I lose it here? I watched the actual video of the body and then pulling it up on, yeah. And I guess there's other photos out there. So, and I didn't go as far to go check them on the other pages that people did, because I'm not saying 100% it's him, just putting a word that it's possibly him. And remember, I wouldn't say we're like in a race to put out information. That's not what it's about. I was still up. Yes, it's late here, but usually we stay up pretty late. So I wasn't gonna go. It took me a while to go through his videos and find a lot of clips. And so initially, the clips we put out in the last two live streams, me and George discussed today that we would do one like we did the Cebu issue with the rapper, like when they officially were going to do things. And yeah, so I told him we'd do one more when we found out if there's possibly something that happened to him. And yeah, so if they confirm it here in the next few days, which I figure it'll take 24 or 48 hours to reconfirm before they'll even release, then probably just in one of our live streams we will. So yeah, yeah, it did. That's what I was thinking, but yeah, yeah, that was just the footage. Yeah, I think you had commented early on. So I think I'm still at the comments that are early on. Yes, just advising caution. There isn't anything that's uniquely identifiable with the body yet. The maceration could also be an explanation of the light skin tone. It's possible. Yes. But it is still, according to what they were saying, was Caucasian. So, but it could be just from, like I said, just being in the water and yeah, and everything else that goes along with the situation. But yeah, I'm not going to keep putting up, that REEKAY's not right or wrong. Um, yeah, and Mark is addressing Claire. It's unfortunate, obviously, from the video that was, yeah, post on Facebook. So yes, a lot of people are saying, and yes, I mean, I'm not swaying back and forth. I'm saying yes because there's no, without like fingerprints, teeth, and unless they, like, back in the old days, they took the chompers too. We don't know that either. But if and when they do, I'm just saying other things are showing it, such as, like I said, George is practically hairless. And so most of the Filipinos I've seen raise their arm are practically hairless. Are there some with a bunch of hair? Yes. So that still leads to no, but I'm just saying that sure looked like the patches that he had under his arm, but that's not, yeah. Yes, he should have left. Bad decision on his part not to leave. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, he should have. Let me check something here. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a good. I'm just looking. It's easier to see because I've got StreamYard up here in front of me. Bobby G's in the house. Hey, Bobby. It says, I don't know. That's a pretty tall person. Most Filipinos are way shorter than that. And they had a hard time getting him up out of there, even if he is skinny, and even if it is weighed down. I would say that he is, and what's his name is. Well, Fashion Girl also said, sorry, it's surprising the internet. It's nighttime. I don't know who would be on the internet this late, so it just looks like the internet conking out. Do all people become pale in the sea after bloating? Yes. And also when there's the draining of blood, it causes, so the loss of the, you know, there's a whole thing to that. Yeah. Yeah. No more blood flow alone would cause that. That is for sure. Okay. So nothing on that. That being said, it won't be certain until, yeah, DNA or they identify. How long do you think, Mark? How long do you, I mean, I know things move along a certain pace in the United States, but um, it's been at that time probably close to 12 hours when I contacted the embassy, and they said that, they weren't aware because surely they would have received whether it's Caucasian, Filipino, or with them allegedly hot on the trail and all these people and army and all these different things are allegedly going down, which the newspaper, George said it seemed there was a lot going on. They were saying that they were doing, then you would think that if a body came to shore, that at least the embassy would be like, okay, we'll come and check it, because I mean, I know there are some identifiable traits, per Asian and per, I'm not a mortician or, coroner or any of that, but you would still think there would be something. And they said, no, we haven't heard anything that but what are the chances that just kind of add along in the, the line of kind of like we were saying, there's not been there has been no asking for ransom. It was only the family that said this all happened. He was taken in the night. All these different things weren't adding up to some people what happened. And I even received an alleged possible, and I'm going to put this out there, alleged possible that there was a full lovers quarrel spat with everybody. I'm going to include everybody in there, and that something went wrong, and then they had to take care of the problem. In other words, bloop, with the sharks. So, just saying. But that's what has been also put out there, and it's like, who knows? They will only find out in the end. But it's really a sad loss for the wife and for, for him. So, I believe we addressed it, but I don't know. Okay, I believe you said that, and I might have mentioned that earlier. So, yeah, sad. Never flash money in a red, yeah, red flag, red zone. But that footage that I just showed, I know it's circulating. I think Tim K had some of the footage. This is all available on his Facebook. This is all available on his YouTube. All these clips can be gotten. And the fact he, once again, it's not the first footage that's come up where he said that he, didn't feel safe. I've been threatened to be kidnapped. As a matter of fact, the very first video that we had done, before no clips came up, before people went through all the stuff, and then also Sunshine Shoulders, he said exactly that too, that he was worried about it. He said that he was going to be, and he predicted his own situation, and that's just pretty scary. So the dude was living in a Muslim community. He must have done something bad to get them mad at him. Well, if he was taking over somebody's business of 5'6", which I'm sure Muslims shouldn't be doing that, but if it's not 100% Muslim territory over there that I'm to understand, and that just having a sorry store, maybe not giving out credit, might have been enough to upset somebody. He did make some comments about Filipinos on and off. He did marry a Muslim girl. Although guys marry all the time, but maybe another Muslim guy didn't like it. Could have been the ex. Could have been anything's a possibility. Why does it seem like these are repeating? The body had the same haircut. Love triangle. Yes, black hair. Yeah, he just colored his hair black recently. He actually showed that he had. Hey, second wind. What's going on? Yeah, sad to hear. I saw one of his videos claiming he converted to Islam without knowing anything about the faith. Yeah, it's probably true. I mean, they will accept as long as he recites certain words and he says he feels it in his heart. I believe it's La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul Allah. That there is no other God above God or above Allah or just no other God but God. And Muhammad was his last prophet, I believe, is a what is, and then you have to make a lot of promises, and they probably sat down and did contracts. He probably has been reading the Quran, but in the video we just showed, he's saying, basically, with being Muslim, he could take on wives, but is any of that confirmed that that's actually what he did? Or did he really have a second or another wife before her? Who knows? I think it was bad idea to be the local loan shark. Is the consensus. I think it would be bad on YouTube when living in that spot. And he showed it. That's why I put that in the TikTok. I wasn't just trying to show where he's making weird faces. He was advertising his store on TikTok that it'll ship products and that stuff was on sale and that they were there. And he put everything on there. All of his travel, showed him in like a business suit. It had a tag on it. He was getting ready to go. That's where he went to Africa, and he said he was going to Africa and traveled. Again, it seemed like his family was with him. But he was just showing like 100% everything on there, which that's what vloggers do. But I wouldn't be discussing that I'm doing loans. He also opened up his PisoNet, the internet, the portable internet, and showed all the money inside, all the coins he had made for the week and the little cash bills. I think it was only 10, 20 pesos, but he was still showing that it had money inside. But the way that the way he looks on shore, it looks like that's anger. That doesn't look like they were just trying to get out of something, or that's anger. So something went south really quick. For Annoy D says that's him. We have 136 people in here currently. If you guys can do a thumbs up and subscribe, I'd appreciate it. But if you guys can comment whether you think it's him or not, and what you actually feel from everything that's been put out, what you actually think about it. Magana. Is that like Magana Poe or Magna? Magana? Poor kid, I guess, if you refuse to listen to the warnings, you force their hand. The Philippine government said that they warned him I don't know if, like I said, I don't know, I've never been down there, but are there like roadblocks? And before he went through, they said, hey, listen, you should go back, because they put in the newspapers and on television. I believe we played that George was he was translating. They said, do not go. And they said, we told him not to go there. We told him not to go. And so also the embassy has been warning for a while. And so I'm just wondering, and he knew. I mean, if none of this came up, these clips that we've been showing in his own Facebook and YouTube did that, then we would never hear, hey, they're planning every day to kidnap me. He just said that in the video. I don't know how long you guys have been in the room. That was the first video that I put up. Again, sorry, it's partially processed, which means there's only a few ways to get those videos. So the audio is kind of off and it's last minute because I didn't think we'd be doing. I mean, we really did hope against all hope that they were actually that this was just going to be, char. This was all made up and he was hidden somewhere. There were so many possibilities, or, that would have been the best thing we could have hoped for, which means he'd have been in a lot of trouble. Or the other was, that they were waiting on money and that they would have released them. It has happened. And then the other would have been where a couple things went south at home. So it's, but being there was no money asked for and nothing was, that it just wasn't, it was crazy. And a bad ideal to appear semi-converted to a smile. Did not seem dark. He understood the culture, the religion, the practices in order to assimilate on any level whatsoever. It was said that his wife told him that he wasn't allowed to leave unless he was escorted. So could you imagine being told? That was like me when I went to Egypt many years back. Even as a strong of a personality as I had, I still had to cover because I was in an Islamic country. You had to respect the culture and, take off your shoes. And, they did a lot of prayers, and I tried to learn about the culture and Islam and stuff. And so there was a lot that you had to deal with. But if somebody told me to do something, no matter how stubborn I was and how it seemed really crazy, I still did it anyways. So I was trying to take photos everywhere, in some places you weren't allowed to, and there was a lot of no's there, 100%. And so at that time I was a smoker, and I wasn't supposed to smoke outside. I wasn't allowed to smoke outside in front of men, and there was all kinds of rules. But I don't know. He knew it and actually stated that they were after him over and over again. And we had just had the footage where he just said, "It seems like people are after me," but the clip that I just showed actually is pretty bleak. So, in the topic of Islam, I recommended you guys listen to at least one video of Christian Prince. Gotcha. Is that somebody that has an Islamic channel or? Oh. Yeah, it said Mark 100%. That area is a hot zone for insurgents. And even though there hasn't been a whole lot going on, it's, like George said, some of them fall under protection, and a lot of them don't mess with just Muslims, but when a foreigner shows up. But they're, according to him, he had been the only Muslim in that area, or only Muslim, sorry, he'd been the only foreigner in that Muslim area, with the family. And I don't know, it's possible. I just wouldn't go. Sad. Yeah, the video I saw was a lot closer. Well, and the one I just showed was blurred. Yeah, there is other footage out there, yes. So, I don't think. Remember, there was a bunch of people there, so I'm sure other people had camera. I'm sure a lot more of them will actually come out. And yes, there's other footage of totally somebody different in 2023, and I think they show 120. I have to look again, 2019, but these were evident, that they were other situations. But I could not either, chosen one. I'm like I said, there's not a whole lot of things that have, shaken me. And I know you guys have seen me cry over certain celebrities' deaths and being upset thinking about how I had went through an abusive relationship. That's something totally different, shaken to the core. This one was like when my daughter was in labor, and the baby was stuck, and it was a long labor, and they had to break his shoulder. His shoulder got dislocated to get him out, and they were like literally on top of her pushing. Like there was a small nurse, big enough, about 130 pounds, up on her trying to get the baby out pushing, and they did not think she would make it. And it was like all the blood just rushed out of me. And I'm like, save. And I did. I said, save her. And because there was kind of a moment where it was possibly one or the other. And it was like, it was really scary because this was a while back. He's up there in age, but that was the other time I felt super empty. And well, when we were going through the mountains of Mexico, I think he said it was the Madre Sierra or something, and there was a bunch of semi trucks and the roads were really messed up. There was a little bit of emptiness inside at that point, but no, not like this. This is, and yeah, that's really crazy. His seems like a conversion of convenience rather than faith. I'm sure that would be upsetting to the locals. Yes, and to me, I think he was still being flashy. The Piso net, setting up with the solar, the store, all this seemed to pop up all at once, and the loaning of money. And he did travel back and forth a few times. Also, there were some opinions earlier about her faith, because on her Facebook, which really doesn't have anything to do with this, it showed her always in her hijab, like when they first met. Like you'll see a bunch of prior, like looks like the very beginning of their relationship. Later, she's doing TikToks and she has nothing on her head. She has nothing on her head during certain, which in Islam, I wouldn't have seen many women uncover that were in the true faith and everything. So it's not even close. There were some women I never even seen at all. Like there was family members of family members, and one time when she revealed herself in Egypt, I was like, oh wow, because I got to see her hair and everything else. So yeah, it gets to be. But she was uncovered all the time, maybe just by, as some would say, by blood. Just being born into like people born into Jewish families, someone just, ooh, praying for everyone. So I don't know if everybody got to see the first video or not. I don't know if you want to run that again. Just let me know if you guys want me to run the video that's out there where she announces she's pregnant, and also where he actually flat out says all the time he's afraid. It's not the one we ran in our live earlier today. It's just one where we've had some clips we put together. So my heart dropped after watching the video. Yeah. They say that his wife's ex-husband was involved. Okay. So I was kind of getting that we were saying earlier, like today. That's what I was saying when somebody said it further up. Because I was wondering if he had a second wife. Wife's first time he arrived in the Philippines, she scammed him. He had an ex-girlfriend. The wife's first time he arrived in the Philippines, she scammed him. Okay. So am I getting that right? That his current wife, the young girl, 18, 19-year-old, was married before, or did he get married before? The wife, they say this wife, ex-husband, yeah, was involved. He had ex-girlfriend. Wife's first time arrived in the Philippines, she scammed him. Yeah, I know there was a scam that happened. There was one article of a newspaper, and a couple days ago, let's see, geez, what is today's date? 2 lives ago, we had said there was something that, and she started to tell the story, and then she actually, he's a fool for living in that area. It's not good. He was just going to have that happen. It just took time. But it's kind of like, and then he vlogged it. I couldn't imagine standing like in Mexico saying, here I am in the mountains. Everybody hates me. And then going through that full thing of like, and it's like, I just couldn't. So that's why I said something neurologically was damaged. No matter how prided or anything else, there was something broken. And if you watch his videos, A lot of them in the end, I still feel with some form of depression, or because he couldn't get out, because a lot of them, he didn't even talk. George goes, "Is he just sitting there doing nothing and not talking to the camera?" And I said, "Yeah." The day something happened, he had 9 actual live streams. He actually ran 9 different live streams. So, hey, Gilbert. Yeah, that's him, sadly. Yeah. I mean, there's too much that shows it is it's kind of hard. Yeah, stay away from the Mindanao region. Yeah, even a woman that was from there, when she married a foreigner, she didn't have him stay down there, but she did marry him. I think she went to the U.S. when she came to visit. They got her back then, and so she spent quite a bit of time. And they did release her based on, I think they asked for 100 million pesos, and I broke that down at one point. Then they asked her for 10, which I think at that time was closer to a couple 100,000 US, and that was doable to her family, like him back in the US to, but the other one, she goes, "Yeah, no." And there was a big struggle. The cousin went along with them, and there's a lot of different things. A lot of work into the stream. Oh, don't forget to everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it. And it's just, I want people to know, and I don't think it really, whether they're British, whether it's another expat from any country, Korea, Japan, or whatever, a lot of them will have the same opinion that when you're traveling, you have to keep, your head straight, and you have to watch things or always be prepared a little bit more than being in your country. And I always say that there's a lot going on in the US, and I love my country and everything, but there's a lot of, rotten things going on there too. And then with all these, you know, storms that have come through and done a lot of damage, and then the crime, and a lot of things have happened in the last couple years. I now feel that, you know, I feel just as safe here as I would have there. And, there's a lot of good and bad everywhere, and a lot of good and bad in people. It's, and I know mistakes happen. So maybe their intentions were to possibly scare him during all of this and things, I think almost everybody has been in some sort of form of like anger or heat of the moment, or you guys have had girlfriends or husbands, wives, and things will get heated. I've discussed me and George where things get heated. But we don't take it to that next step. But some people don't have a shut-off valve. We're aware of that. People have met these people, whether it's, they exist. So there's good and bad people. And something went south really quick. But when that moment is gone, it looked like cleanup crew possibly, or maybe they did, all that happened as they said, and then they took them somewhere and did that. But it's weird. Within the last 48 hours, they said, we don't believe he went that far. We believe he's right around here. And I don't have a location. So I don't know if anybody picked up on the exact location or how far he was. But I'm sure it'll probably leak out that something allegedly happened. They'll go through it. They'll probably say the area. I'm sure stuff will slowly come out, and then, or it may be a lot like what happened with that rapper where nothing more came out. It pretty much just ended there. But strange thing here, unlike the US, you'll see it in the Facebook here first. You will see the actual like that. And mostly in other countries, they kind of censor stuff like that. But with social media, it gets out pretty quick. And yeah, and then probably didn't want to be involved. And I'm sure if it is him, as I said earlier, they're scrambling. They're probably totally scrambling to, how do we do this? Or, well, maybe not, but they would just, I got to contact this person. This person's got to come and get him. Or maybe it's kind of like George when, we say, hey, we got to go somewhere today. And I'm like, and George's like, yeah, I'm going to be ready when I'm ready. And then it takes him 7 hours to get ready. He's just going to take his time, which there's nothing wrong with island time. There really isn't. But they may go by island time, and you know, put them in the Coca-Cola ice chest and somebody will be there in 2 or 3 days. It's hard saying. I cannot imagine how long it takes to get from one section, how many ferries. I know once you leave certain areas, there's a lot of ferries. And, I've only been on airplanes and I've only been in the Pampanga area. I've never claimed to go anywhere further than this. We've traveled, but, yeah, so it probably will take a little bit, but um, I can send you that um chosen one. So, yeah. So, guys, go ahead and let me know your thoughts on that. And ooh, okay, I will have to change my mind at this point. Um, I just received more photos. I will now officially say that's 99.9% him. 99.9. Okay. Um, Other parts of the body have been identified. Um, um, wow. No, it's him. I'll just take that chance. I mean, no one's going to come and pull me off, or you can't get blood out of a turnip in multiple ways, not safety wise, but to speak in advance based on those. Um, there was some identifying marks, so it looks 99.9. And then mark that is not something that just actually happened a while back. That's recent. That's him. So that's him. Thank you for sending that, and you're right on that. That was in my email, and I was right about the underarm area and all of that. So, I'm trying to. Okay, 1 second, guys. Just talk amongst yourself for a minute. I'm gonna run this for a little bit longer. Yeah, I'll have to wait. I'm trying to do two things at once, so I'll do that here in a minute. Yes, yes, and no. Nobody deserves that because me and George always go where I go on so much emotion, and then he goes, men and women are built something totally different. And I would almost say that, like when somebody will say it is what it is, and he got what he deserved, and all of this, and they go through all this emotions, like the people at the bottom with Ocean Gate and stuff, and nobody deserves that. It doesn't matter if he was, if they seen him like in a real strict Islamic country, they would see just the loans by itself a problem. Although a lot of them do things like drinking and all kinds of wild things happen. So nobody's perfect, like perfect Christians or any of that, but in a very strict area, that would be a problem to do that. And so maybe he was doing a bunch of loose things, but he doesn't deserve that. And um, there's so much going on. So I'm just trying to process, even the possibility now of, where she just said they say or whatever back and forth on that, but they say I'm pregnant. So that last bit of it, her saying it on TikTok recently, would indicate that she's also, having a baby and everything. So and so that just kind of goes from there. So nobody deserves that, no matter what the I now nobody does. It doesn't matter, even if it is like, let's say he did a heinous crime himself. Let's just say allegedly, if he did, or possibly. Let's say he did something rotten over there to, beyond imagination, that they found out. Let's say we've been seeing him act a little strange and then he went on a rampage or something and nobody knows about it. Hey, we never know what can come up, right? Um, and even if he did something like that, he would need to be arrested, charged, go through trial, and let the government do that. This is no longer, well, it could be the Wild Wild West in some areas, but it's, for the most part, it would be for the government to take care of all that. So, but I mean, I don't know where someone would deserve to be gotten in a case like that. I mean, I just can't see any. That's pretty, yeah. I was wondering that too. Yeah. Tommy said Mindanao is okay if you're just going for a few days, but not to live long term. That one woman and her son that got taken, I think they were there for a few weeks. But um, I think the family was talking about, hey, they're coming and they're coming from America, and there might have been enough time. And I guess that far back, there was a lot going on in that region. And I don't know, maybe they took a chill pill or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Tony, the injury you can tell was a crime or jealousy crime. Yeah, that's not the. He, like I said, the a blade from a boat didn't hit the top of his head. That looks to be that. That's that was a teaching lesson, or possibly, I don't know. Maybe it was just a. But now it makes you wonder: did he originally, everything the family said? Is that possibly true at this point? Is it, did they take him off and do something afterwards and ripped him out of, they said that he fought and this and that. Did it all happen right there on the, beach? And then they took him off? I don't, it's kind of crazy. He stands out, easy to find. Is he ex military? It has been said. And somebody said it, and then I was saying there was one or two clips on his TikTok that actually showed him responding to military stuff being done, like the waterboarding stuff during training, and he was shaking his head. I don't know. He's awful young. He could have been in there for a few years, but there was nothing. Uh, Now, I will say there was some. Strangely, if you go on Facebook and look up his name, some sort of military page mentioned that he was missing. But I don't know if it's because, like, the military is, the Philippine military's out there, but there was a military page, like a group that actually had posted his stuff, but nothing confirmed on that. Jealousy is so bad here, Tony. I'm learning that. I thought that was a joke, and in the beginning, it was always, you know, uh, Filipinas this, Filipinas that, and I've been saying for a while, Filipino women are the same as women all over the world. We're definitely gonna be jealous, but here lately, I've heard some really horrendous jealousy stories. So, but I don't, or Filipino, I should say, Filipino. Um, so I've been hearing that. So, but I think love is love and men are men and women. I think that doesn't change because you'll hear a lot of the crimes of passion going on, like, they really hold that till death do you part situation. I'm sure he knew he had a target on his back. Well, actually, he said. So, yeah. Again, I don't know how many of you. I'm an hour and a half in. I'm gonna play this one more time. It was, I think, the very first clip that I played where he. It was not something we played earlier today, and I wish I'd have took the time to put everything together. But I told George we can only watch so much. He's got a lot of. I called him an atrocious vlogger, or there was something going on with his footage. Like some of the stuff he just recorded, like pointing down at the ground. He's got a lot of footage and videos that are really all over the place, or he's just sitting there and not talking. And so they're kind of like the vibe sometimes is kind of grim, and so they're hard to actually go through and process. And we didn't have this earlier, but shouldn't call him an atrocity, but he was a he was a new vlogger. You don't veer loan money to poor people. This will happen. And yeah, that's a for sure thing. But I'll go ahead and play this again, and it'll show where he actually in this one versus the one that we played earlier today. And I did play this one if you guys want to go back to the beginning, but this one specifically.
I don't really know, dude.
And again,
Because
sorry
the
for the
family they're just
process.
scared. To, like, they want to keep me in like a little box so that they keep me as safe as possible, and then by doing that, they feel like they're keeping themselves as safe as possible too. And I feel like I've been staying in this area for so long to the point where I don't even know if people like me anymore. Maybe they want bad things to happen to me now. It's like that's how I'm starting to think. So it's like it's really not good. Sometimes it's hard for me, like living with my out there too. Back in the U.S., like no matter what I do, no matter how nice I be or anything, like it's hard. It's just hard for me to live with him. I don't know why. Yeah, I did my fair share of adventure, like in the U.S. and stuff like that, but not much. Not really much, like in the Philippines or anything like that. And if it comes to the point where it's like all of a sudden I'm kidnapped and something's gonna happen to me, I'm gonna ask myself, I don't know. It's not like living with my grandparents who are just absolutely so nice all the time. Like, yeah, people are rude sometimes a little bit. The right way to do it is probably to be like, you can do that. Just become a Muslim, and then it's okay. You can marry anyone. It's like part of the culture. You can marry up to like 7 women in Muslim culture. The other thing I would say is people's attitude. It's hard to deal with a little bit sometimes too.
Monkey, no. No, I don't know if I'm pregnant or no. They said I'm pregnant. No, I don't wanna go, just only you and me. I don't wanna go, just only you and me.
I'm wondering why he can't go out. He said nobody would have any family.
I'm afraid if we don't have somebody with us.
I don't really know because everybody's telling me right now there's people out there planning to come get me, bro. No, but that's true though. There's people coming here to tell my family that there's people that want to kidnap me or they're threatening to kidnap me or stuff like that, like every day.
And I'm curious at that point why. This was probably closer to 2 months ago. He said they're coming and telling my family that they're going to come here and kidnap me. So it'd make you wonder why they didn't tell anybody But as we and George and everybody discussed in a group today, that they were probably afraid to tell anybody that, who the other person was that was doing it. And I don't think they were going to risk the entire family over at the foreigner or something, because I'm sure everybody would have been on the line at that point. So the family was scared too, you know. But he actually said they've been telling him that, and this was sometime I think in August.
Every day this is happening. This is like a real life thing for me here. And that's why no foreigners or no any there's no tourists staying here, because they're smarter than that. But for me, I've been living here. I've been taking.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. He was worried about being taken. So I would still say from them comments, she was wondering if she was pregnant, and then she said they said I'm pregnant. I don't know if that was a doctor, her mother, or how that actually went, but I kind of get the gut feeling she probably was. They were 5 months into their marriage, so flashing money is a red sign. And he showed that on like his TikToks, that he had machines that had money in it, and the loans I think had to be the biggest problem. There were probably other people, Muslim or not, in that area doing them, and then if you were taking the interest and the money each month, you're still taking away from another family. So it's and life is serious out there. It's no joke. Life can be hard here in the Philippines. Everything to me seems manual, and I have everything in this house for the most part, and I still feel life is manual. It's not as easy for me anymore. Just to actually, it isn't. I just can't jump in a car and go to Walmart when I want to. The traffic's kind of crazy here, so I either have to do a Grab or I have to have George take me, where I used to be super independent. But I'm talking like manual, like women are doing laundry by hand. And so there's just a lot of things are actually manual here. It takes a while. Like the water pressure in most of the places, even here in the city, requires water pumps. So the last place, until we set up water pumps in this place too, and like in our kitchen sink, unless I set up another one, the water just trickles out. So where dishes would have took me like 10 minutes before, sometimes just sitting there filling up the bucket, doing the rinse bucket, or just washing them by hand under the tap. It takes a while. The water comes out slow, but everything just seems longer, slower, and more manual. But it gets it done, and I mean, but it's crazy. But either way, kind of digress on that one. Gilbert, he was given many red flags, but ignored him. I would have left day one. Sad, sad. Yeah, poor guy. I get love and everything, but yes, at that point, but he had left, like I said, weirdly, he had left and came back. He would go back and make money. He stated that I'm going back to make money and this and that, and we'll show him. Like one video we have, he actually says, "Hey, um, I made $150 today," is what he said in the video so far in 4 hours, where he had talked about that, and so he was. I'm still trying to figure, was he actually living with his grandparents, or was it really his mother? Because one of the videos he says, I'm helping mom get off to work, and so that's maybe the girl next. Yeah, I would hope not. I think it'll be like the rapper guy. Nothing more came up except for he's supposed to spend life in jail. I think they had about as many details as they were going to actually give. And there was another one here recently that we didn't hear anything more on. I'm trying to remember what that one was. Wasn't there something else that just came up recently, but it went like really quiet, really quick. I know that's sad. I probably should be able to remember that. I live in northern Mindanao. A lot of foreigners do. They're very safe. Plus, I had my wife go and buy a gun for our home in for our home, but southern Mindanao is far away. Very, very, very large Mindanao is safe in the north. Yeah. Earlier today we did mention in the northern part, there's quite a few people that actually do. And yes, it's big because what's his name said earlier? I'm bad with names. He said that he didn't hear nothing. I'm like, that could have washed up anywhere along. That's a big area. We showed some graphics today that showed like the Earth zoom and stuff where a lot of it was. But yeah, that's in a specific area. Um, yeah, so no, they do. We even considered Davao City at some point. So, but just I like staying here by the hospitals, and his family's here, and so it's storming. Zamboanga, Tawi Tawi, Jolo. Please don't go there, boys and girls. Yeah, Jolo. Yeah, that Jolo area. Um, Okay, so expat says no, that is not him. The photos I just got identified parts of his. I'm going to say it is. So, um, the up close other photos that have been surfacing shows identifying marks, so that he has on his, So I'm going to go with 99.9%. I mean, there's no crime in saying I think it's him. So, we said in the beginning that this is a group discussion. This is a discussion. This is informing people not to go to dangerous areas. We go through this, and it is a sad occasion if it is him. Um, there are other things kind of identifying that it's not an Asian, but we shall see. And I can't imagine too many other, Caucasians that'll be arriving, but other things are giving that it's him. But um, and I will repeat again that I have made contact with the U.S. Embassy. I'll probably hear from them by morning. So they have actually, we talked on the phone earlier. So, because they said they have not received the report. If you marry an Islam woman, you will have to change to her faith. Yes, of course. I was explaining to the other side that, for the female, not so much so. It's up to her. But she will not change for you. Well, she can't. She has to marry. If she's of true faith, and so is her family. I was saying earlier today, a Muslim man must lead the family. It's according to the Islam rules, and it wouldn't happen that way. He can marry, just like here on 90 Day Fiance, there is another Muslim man that just married her. She's not converted. So, not that I know of. Now, I haven't watched any of the recent episodes because I all know that they're pre-recorded. A lot of them break up and all these things happen, so I don't watch them as often. But most of them don't, and they don't have to. So, but he would have to. So, but okay. Well, then maybe it is. Maybe it is somebody else. Yep. It said that he had on black shorts. Can you tell us what article? I know they said that the guys were wearing black, but it's possible that it's, yeah. Well, let's hope that, you know. And here's another thing, not to be funny, but let's say it is, and we would hope that it's not him. It doesn't mean that wherever, let's say they've been holding him somewhere, being he's been gone for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days. It doesn't mean they didn't change his clothes either. And that is a possibility too. So, um, but maybe they left him in the shorts the whole time. I don't think it was an instant thing, but we did discuss that maybe something happened there. So that is a good, if I haven't read an article that stated what he was wearing. It said they were in black clothes. But it's possible. And that would be a good observation. But one of the body parts in that, now that I rethink about it again, is showing. Only a white guy. Where did you see the video on? Okay, but I have done many recoveries. I don't know how far when you sent me that. No, you sent me after that. So, okay, so 50 minutes. So I'm behind. So, just going to go through a few of these really quick. No ransom. Seems personal to me. Did the U.S. Embassy issue any official statement? No. As a matter of fact, they weren't even aware that any Filipino or anybody's have came up on shore. With all of them sending drones, and they've sent a bunch of people down there, and there's people looking, and they have been active down there. Nobody has reported because they would have told somebody. The person on the phone with me tonight actually said nothing has been reported, nothing even close. So, okay, I just want to make sure that there's no, and it would show, not that this is, can't see it, sorry. You're not going to be able to see. So, anyways, you just have to take my word for it. Just trying to show you that it shows U.S. Embassy. But no, of course they're not. It hasn't even. I mean, as of right now, it's barely been 12 hours. And when this happened, it was after embassy hours. I think they closed somewhere between 4 or 5. And so, no. And they said no calls have come in. So, but I mean, I just went one step forward to say there's a possibility things, blah, blah, blah. There's no harm in saying, hey, because it is what it is. Okay, so you repeated there. His wife said he had black shorts on, and there was colored ones. Yes, yes, too many angles. The entire Philippine News Live. Okay, yeah, and there it is. REEKAY on his Facebook has a link. Has the Facebook link on his video. Should be sure of making statement this serious before saying anything. This serious what? And so what does that mean when I said we're in a discussion and that I feel it's him? So if it's not, I mean, and what? I mean, what? You guys will just say, "Hey, you were wrong," and that's the worst case scenario. Then that's the worst case scenario. I mean, I get it. You're the second person that said it. Got it. Understand. That's just what it is. It's unconfirmed, Laura. Laura asked, is it the actual guy that's been kidnapped? A gentleman has washed ashore in that area, allegedly. Okay. And so certain body things do look alike. So U.S. Embassy has been contacted. So he looked he looked down on his luck in his videos. He even said that he wished he had known sooner. Why didn't he talk to anyone before coming out? I have no idea, but he knew for a while. Some of these videos were in October, August, September. So it's kind of, yeah, I'm not sure why. I don't think it will be dropped anytime soon with the FBI on the scene. Yeah. Well, some do. You ask, do Muslims have more than one wife? They can. This could be the family member, how the four men knows where he lived. It was said it could be an inside job. Who knows? I mean, there's so many different possibilities. If he is Islam, two wives is allowed. They can, according to Islam, they can have more than the two wives. They just have to be fair, and they have to be able to afford them and take care of them and be equal with them. So we would hope so. Yes. Yes, the body was not identified. It's too decomposed. And he's wearing the wrong clothes, according to his wife. So, I do not have the option right now to go through and see that she said they were black clothes. So the only thing that kept going in every newspaper is they were wearing black clothes. So I mean, unless there was like some other article when the FBI people and everybody was talking and she gave a description of what he was wearing, but it's a possibility. And remember, a lot of things are getting twisted up and all these different things and talking and conversations in newspapers. Some said it wasn't till the 18th, and that was here in the Philippines. They were getting days wrong, his name wrong, and all these other different things have come up. So, but Costco dollar depends if the woman's family can pay the dowry in certain sects. Oh, okay. Well, to the base of Islam, again, he's got to be fair, and he's supposed to be able to afford him, and then paying dowry would be the other part. So it said, okay, so clairvoyant said interesting because the body was found at Pierre Parang, and which is very far from Cebuco where he was abducted. So that's why I wouldn't say it's him yet. Okay. You do know bodies travel, and it's been 5 days, and they did take him out on a boat to a boat, allegedly, and then he was taken out. So I'll cover it. I'm not going to sit there and hide from it. So I'm just letting you know I get it. I 100% get it. Again, we would hope that it's not. Elliot said you can have up to 7 wives, and there's a way to have 10. Oh, that seems a little crazy. So, thank you, Mark, for being there for 10 months. Heidi with the latest but sad news. And hopefully I am wrong. I would like to be wrong, but I want someone to fill me on the part of the ransom and all these other things that are actually coming up. That is for sure. That doesn't seem likely either. And I hope the other people are wrong about the other side things about anywhere between an alleged inside job, other family members, ex-boyfriends, and it was over him running the businesses. Because I don't think, and George doesn't feel, and a lot of people don't feel it was about the ransom. Because weirdly, the newspaper and government mention they're not asking for the ransom, nor is anybody taking responsibility. So this all still seems to be inside. So, like, it was said earlier that somebody knows something or there's something going on, but they're just not going to say. And they would take that, maybe revenges. Possibly. But with those features actually looking Caucasian, I don't know how many would be down in that area except for him. So, but could just be. When they said only had shorts, I knew it was him. Very sad. Yeah. Always a possibility. Always hope, always something. So he is a marked target. Yeah, he stated it himself. Yeah, I just don't know why he wouldn't leave and why he returned. He said he's known it. The family knew it. I don't get that. Hey, Chris, I don't think it's him, and they found a different body. If it was him, the local news would be posting it. The U.S. Embassy is not a good source. I'm not saying they're not a good source, but we will find out, and not always, because I'm not held. I'm not saying I'm not held to a higher, reporting like a news agency or anything, because I can sit here and have this discussion, okay? But a news agency, some of them are held by the government not to say anything. This isn't America, and this isn't like the old CNN back in whatever the 80s and 90s. they will have to actually probably wait. A lot of information has not been released as of now to the whole situation that I know of. And so the fact that the local news would have it, um, mm, no, I just think that it's going to take a little bit. It took a while for all the first beginning of the information to come out. They had known for a little bit, but it wasn't reported right away. I'm not saying the family didn't. I'm just saying that it's how they'll actually handle it. But what they can't stop now is social media. So where people are seeing things and making a discussion, and I'm not saying that it is him 100%. So they just happened to find one out there. So, and I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope it was old footage and all of this is just a dream. Like I mean it like he looked very afraid in his last few days video, like something was bothering him. He looked stressed, yeah. He looked sad and everything. Okay, 250-kilometer journey. So what is that? About 100 and give or take 140 miles, maybe. I mean, well, we would hope so. But it is possible in that time frame because they didn't feel that he was in the Sulu area. In those areas, they said he was somewhere in a. Oh, yeah. So it is. It's something like that's what I'm trying to find out now. But I'm not a boat captain to know how far things can travel in a. But I know they can, and I know that they took them off in another boat that could go, yeah, 155 miles. So in a boat, considering it just happened today, which is 4.5 days, 5 days ago, they might have rode the whole time just to put him there, and he had been in a certain area for a while. That's just it. We all don't know, but it is still not off the table. So, I mean, I know if they would have went to the other place, it'd have took a while for sure too. Why would they kidnap their own people? You talking about like Muslims taking who they thought was an actual Muslim, possibly, or are you talking about the woman? Because I'm an hour off. I would agree. Expat, he's saying they were wrong in posting a video so early if it is him, if it was him. Um, I'll let you know that worse than the social media people here, like there are Filipino vloggers, there are expat vloggers. I've seen Filipino vloggers actually put a bunch of stuff on, and the conversations they had about when that stuff happened in Cebu, they released a ton of stuff way earlier. And I'm going to let you know that if the local people find them like they did there, they had their kids down there and everything else. They weren't even trying to get those kids out of the way. Them were young kids sitting there like, poking around, looking around, and everything else. And it's hard to say. It was probably the kids that found him, and it just doesn't affect them. And it's and they didn't go away either. I mean, my mom would have sent us kids away big time, and we would have probably even been in 15, 16 years old. She'd have said, "Hey, go away." But here, I think people are really. What is the word? Desensitized. I don't want to sound super insensitive, and I know that's weird, but I don't know. I would say they're just desensitized, or just they've been through a lot. It's well, and that's what George was saying. These guys will get caught. It's a poor, poor region, and money talks. I think not only does money talk, but um, I they figure that somebody will out themselves sooner or later, or there's too many people. Yeah, money will talk. Eventually, somebody will. They always do somehow, some way. There's a lot of pirates on the southern island. shame on the person who posted it. It was somebody from that area. It was, I think, it was the actual person. But it happens all the time. Like when they found, like I said, that kid during the height of pandemic when I first got here, there was a kid down in the water, and everybody was recording. It was released all over the place, and then they put his little body up on the shore, and they went through all of it. Was, yeah, I was like, wow. And it was a kid. It was a young kid, so they didn't have any, you know, hey, what's going on? What is going on, Harish? From Epic Food. It's against their religion for women to be looking online at men. Um, let's see. It's religion for women to be looking online at men, and as a Christian man, the religion of peace. Okay. Um, Initially he was checking somebody else, or somebody checked him, and he messaged him. He went to go see her. I heard there was some sort of scam, something went down or whatever. It wasn't an original article that had been released. That when we reported a couple live streams ago, I mentioned it, that there was something going on out there about that. And then he met her while he was here, and then from there they started dating. So I don't know if she's that, but I do know that all this TikToking with her and her hair being down all the time and the dances that she was doing, and he was putting AI filters on her with different things, that it's not like Islamic either. But does, how serious are, religions these days? And I hear you. I said the same about me, Will Smith. Tim K definitely isn't getting kidnapped, and neither is Heidi. They say they don't have a pickup that size. No, they left that behind. I was joking earlier that I just seen a TikTok where the girl says, "You sure that's my cousin that got kidnapped? She's too big for that." And it probably is true. Even George made a joke earlier. They clamped onto his skinny tail, and but I think it was a little bit more than that. We have said from the beginning it wasn't about the ransom. So could be wrong. Could be absolutely wrong, but I am telling you what, I will go get that balut egg and eat it if this turns out to be, if they say that's all it was about, they were after the money, then I'll get that balut that I've been talking about that I wasn't going to eat forever. And I'll eat the durian. I'll eat them both in the same live stream, maybe even at the same time if it's true. But no, I think it was something else different. I feel fine. I feel more than fine, 4D. Strange you would actually ask that. I feel more than fine. I have no fear. None at all. Nope. Not whatsoever. Comments made, things said. Not once. Not from an expat, not from anything. So I don't have a problem with being in the Philippines, and I'm not afraid of the expats, and I'm definitely not afraid of the Filipinos. So, and the house, as I've said in the past, is more than secure. So, if I wasn't the bulldog that was in the house, or if George isn't, and I get that he's not here right this minute, then no, I still feel pretty safe. So, come and get it. That's all I could say. And ain't nobody going to come and get it. So I'll tell you that right now. More than safe, more than confident. So legally and otherwise. Let's see. Not to say that it's right, but it's so common for locals to capture footage. Yeah, in the Philippines, yes. Usually all of them, the auto accidents, the photos, all of that. Yeah. So most definitely. Yeah. All right. So unless I missed something, I'm trying to figure out why a response to foreign D. Um, Gilbert says foreignoid. I hope you're wrong, but we will see. I'm not sure. Was he answering you something further up, or is there something inside that I'm missing? So let's see. Rest in peace. Hopefully that is not him. So, but photos look otherwise. We shall see. Distance, everything. I think it'll just take another day or so before they mention anything, if it is him. Right. Muslim radicals would never accept him as one of them. They don't like Americans with a passion. A lot going on. Maybe the girl's ex couldn't handle it when she mentioned possibly being pregnant on the YouTube live. Yeah, on top of everything else he did, it's possible. Could have all just been something that snapped, and maybe there's a possibility they were going to get married. Yeah, it's hard to say. He seemed to be naive and immature, and that's what was said earlier by California Bear, I believe, in our Philippine journey, said that that was the other possibility, and I believe that, but there's only so much, being immature and naive would actually carry you. He was still 26 years old and married and been to other countries, and somebody that immature, it still takes a level to actually do food deliveries, and all these things still take some, if just some of that stuff just wouldn't be done by somebody that's I think he was really depressed and in some sort of weird state, and he does have a lot of weird behaviors that were going on, but I think he was young, yes, and he just was throwing caution to the wind and doing some traveling and the marriage, and I think there were things going on in his life, but I think he just, I don't know. See, Gilbert, they might find the people only if USA will pressure the Philippine government, but I doubt if the body is Elliot's. Okay. Well, let's hope not. When no ransom was made, I knew he may not be alive, especially since there were reports that he had been shot. Yeah. The no ransom was yeah. Yes, like a beach dolphin. Yes, he is naive. He was so arrogant. The video of the body does not look like him. Nothing in his leg. I get that. The wife guaranteed had something to do with this. And somebody asked him, how does he know? How was it so guaranteed? Hello, Clifford Smallwood. We have not seen you forever. Got here late. Where is George? He is out. He was here earlier in the live stream. Came up that it's a possibility that it is the foreigner that washed ashore. Not confirmed. So I'm doing a live stream. He was here in our original live stream. Let's see. They're just talking back and forth. Let's see. It may just not be visible from Angel is shown, but the fact that this body was there, which is very far, makes me suspect it's not him. So you don't think in 5 days they didn't drive X amount out in the boat and then it couldn't have floated within 5 days? That I mean, it adds to it. There's a lot. We'll see. We'll totally see. We shall see. Because black clothes, and we would hope that that's all true. Like I said, I'm not a boat captain to know that the distance was under 150 miles and that they took a boat and went somewhere but didn't make it all the way to Jolo or where they thought he had actually went. It was closer. And it would not take forever, I don't know. George isn't here. I wouldn't actually even be able to guess if it would take a day to get there. I'm not sure. Probably within a few hours. So maybe he went somewhere closer, and then that's just the distance that he went. So hopefully not. Gary must have a crystal ball. Hey, stargazers, it wasn't him. Gotcha. They're not in, why would you think that for, D? Flipper, George is with family. I think he's doing Tagaytay. He went there, or Tagay. Maybe I'm keep saying Tagaytay, and Tagay means something in um, Filipino, but Heidi says he isn't. So I don't know again if you're saying Tagay like Tagaytay or wherever he went before. So yeah, if I say he isn't, then he isn't. So I mean, does Chrissy appear every time with Tim K? Does every vlogger appear every time? Have I not appeared by myself? So maybe he's just laying upstairs. Maybe he didn't want to do this. Maybe he's in the doghouse. Maybe he's somewhere else, guys. Claire, he hasn't taken. Claire, he was taken by boat. You do know what the tides will do even when they are. That's what I was kind of saying. I mean, like I said, I get the discussion, and that's all that it is a discussion. But yeah, it doesn't take long to get that far, and it's been almost 5 days. So he was. They said it was from one boat to another type of boat, and then from there he had to go somewhere. And if it's only 100 something miles away, I cannot imagine it was more than a day that they might have been, or hours that they could have went somewhere close. And then for the last few days, it could have been. But see, to me, it doesn't. Yeah, we're kind of going too far into how bad off the body was. Because if it was in there too long, I think it would be practically soup at some point, but it wasn't. So, but there was some damage. So, maceration could be explained by the appearance of skin. Yeah, I think you said that. Yeah, I mean, once the oxygen, but mm, I have seen them here in water, Filipinos, and they were not that white, but possibly, yeah. So I'm just letting you know I've seen them in water here. And as a matter of fact, if you look on Facebook, they will show you other ones in that area that are, and they did not look 5 times whiter than me, and that would be pretty white. He with the clear video was this white, and to me, I mean, I just the others did not appear. They said allegedly that he was shot in the leg. They're not even sure, and that's what was reported. So when the whole 9 yards was brought around, that was the story told. So that's also been said. I said we received messages, and you guys can understand some of this is all being said, or even way more from Filipinos and people down in that area and other expats. It's been a full conversation, and everything you guys are saying is all out there. It's all really out there. That's what they had said. That's what's going on. We have to go by what they're saying until more information comes out. And I'm not sure this clairvoyant thing is working for you. LOL. Yes, skin color changes in water. Yes, it definitely does. Oh, yeah, most definitely. I'm not saying it isn't him, just that it's not yet known. Yes, and you said that from the beginning. That I get 100% sure that it's not a ransom act. Yeah, I think they would have asked, or somebody would have took claim. So that's totally off the table. This seems to be personal. This, I mean, we're just not talking. We're talking about like really personal, is what we said earlier today. There's Stargazer again. It's not him. I doubt that video will ever come up. So, um, My intention is for those that contact us through Messenger, that we will actually provide it. It's also can be found on Facebook if you just type in, and I'm sure there's even more footage out there right now. I will add the link later. Yep, we are doing chismis speculation. We are just having a conversation. This is all said that earlier. It's been in our descriptions before. We've said this. This is all just, yeah. I have not said that is, I'm saying 99.9 based on up close photos. It looks to be him, but hopefully I'm wrong. But I didn't put in fully that it is, and I really don't care. And the word is bite me on the side because it's just where it is. This is just, you know, I saw the picture and they didn't see the wound in the knee. I don't think they ever said that it was in the knee though. So they just, I think almost every paper, which again, they're all changing some of the story. It's all been changed at different angles that he was actually shot in the knee. So it just said he was shot in the leg because they're not always going to give full details. And again, I think a lot of things will unfold. So let's go by what everybody else said, and that it was, say that it was an inside job. It would be somebody else telling stories. So it's, look at I mean, look at just the whole situation, the whole picture is kind of, and I think that's what's, other things happen here in the Philippines. You got to understand a lot of things aren't reported, told, talked about, but being that it includes an expat and all the other stuff on top of it that's starting to come up. It's just like the Cebu, you know, situation. At first, it was said that he was womanizing and that he was a horrible guy. I mean, that whole thing just turned south really quick. Ooh, observation. It was the butt of the gun that smashed in his head. Oh snap! The distance doesn't matter. They kidnapped 3 foreigners a few years ago when I was in Davao. All right, Chris. And then he took them all the way to the Sulu Islands, which is very far from Davao. Which ones were, which ones? I know there was some at the height of the pandemic. So, yeah. All right, fashion girl, you just I'm not going to go further into that, to say I saw the cheeks and the teeth and it doesn't match his smile. Okay, that would. Michael J. Links will not go through. We don't allow it. Just are we from? I won't even explain why we don't have links. The links don't go through here, and they're not going to go through the YouTube channel because that's another thing people made bad. In the beginning, when some channels start, they put all XXX in there, and we're not going to have other links dropped in there. The only one that can drop a link in there is us for other reasons. So, um, it's on Facebook. If you just type in all the information, it is found. I'm not sure. There is the correct gap in the teeth, and that which also is about only thing that gave me a reservation. So, yeah, I saw it. There is no. I think she was trying to put gap. Okay. Elliot has many videos. If you can find one of him wearing the Mickey Mouse shorts, yeah, he does have a lot of them, doesn't he? He was doing pull-ups, though, so he was getting fit, most definitely. The Philippines, let's see, I've lived in the Philippines since 2010, and I know where he was living and the location of the islands and traveled Mindanao a lot. Okay, so she was saying there's no gap teeth. Okay, so when she said smile, okay, so you're talking about like the dental and everything. So interesting. So the place that is the 140 miles away is further than Sulu. Okay. Okay, that was an odd statement, so I won't even answer it. They think that I'm a, but he said, just kidding. No, I'm not. Maybe they might actually think I am, and actually, it's okay. After watching Tim's video, I had a bad feeling, and before I fell asleep, for some reason, the video played in my head. I felt he was dead for sure. Well, let's hope this isn't him. And actually, whoever it is, it's sad for anybody right now that it would just do that. But I know there's a lot of fishermen out there, and accidents happen in the boats and storms, and different things happen. So his wife knows the who, what, when, and where of the incident. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, just don't let your guards down. Yeah, you just have to be safe. That is for sure. Been here for 15 years now. I literally have a police checkpoint on my street. Through the years, we all became friends, give water, snacks, etc. within earshot. It's safer here than the USA. Yeah, that's like, like George and us. Initially, like at the end of the pandemic, they still had some checkpoints and everything. I'm here in Angel City, Mabalaka, and everything, and he was giving food and drinks when he was out doing some recordings, when he was walking and everything, and he still does that. So we still have like the we call traffic police out there, and he does that every now and then. Yes, that part is the red zone for a reason. They need to investigate the issue. Him shot in the leg as someone is lying. Maybe the family made it up for the government to take the case seriously. It's hard saying. There's hundreds of speculations right now online. Elliot mentioned how a young girl was kidnapped right from the school because she was. Gotcha. It wasn't him. Well, as of right this moment, I, of course, have not rechecked. This happened a couple hours ago, so it's possible something's been released by then. So, yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up here pretty shortly because it's already 2.5 hours. How you know it wasn't him? They become pale, period, no matter what, when the blood is not flowing through the body. That's the first part that actually does, and being in the salt water and different things will cause the body to go pale. Yeah, and the absorption of the water for being in the ocean. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, the bodies do turn. And yes, Gene, real quick, yes, they will use DNA. So supposedly his wife identified the boxers. So is something out on the news right now? Because um, Huh, yeah, it looks like in 2023 in Cebu, a 72-year-old guy had washed up on the shore. Okay, as of right now, top stories in the Basilian, a governor said that there's no indications that that he was actually in that area. So unless she's putting out something, the basic news without me going into the regular newspapers shows 21 hours ago. I don't see any, but that's not me searching fully through. So unless you're talking about she verified that he was in black boxers. You can tell it's a Caucasian skull by the pale skin. Um, that and they have certain shapes, but it's and the wife could have been wrong about the color of the shorts. I'm sure the last thing she truly was focusing on, yeah, with all the chaos is, yeah, the wife has to identify as well. Skull and teeth is the identification, then the skull is Caucasian, and sometimes it seems like I'm repeating the comments, but about taller, but it could be just people are repeating them again. This is usually something that, like, usually I'm trying to learn to. Yep, they probably will do if he cannot be identified. Maybe only down the teeth because Elliot Kid had a gap, so. Just be patient. You're right, Indeed. Just be patient. The official reports, yes. If I just think the chances of two tall, fit white dudes with smooth, not hairy chest, it seems unlikely. And a couple other identifying, maybe he didn't have as much of a gap tooth, or, I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Like right now, I want to make a lot of jokes, and I don't want to be any more offensive than I've been this week. Just trying to keep it light, but let me just make the side joke that maybe when he was hit with the rifle or whatever did whatever to this person's skull, maybe his teeth went back together. Maybe he didn't need braces no more. I don't know, guys. It's kind of hard not to. Nobody's here. I think it's George trying to get in. Nobody wants any barbecue, man. Go away. Dave's not home. Dave's not here. Huh. Filipino fisherman missing in West Philippine Sea after boat hit by an unidentified ship. Yeah, there's definitely there's a whole bunch of them where they've actually become unidentified or just found. You just heard me say that one. That one was less than a year ago. It was a 71-year-old guy. 3 years ago, it was the kid here locally that was in the water. There's a lot of I forgot what holiday it was a couple years, like less than 2.5 years ago, and it was either the 4th of July, guys. I don't know if you remember. I know we talked about it. Like 13 or 14 people had drowned. I mean, it was just it was kind of crazy, and there was a whole bunch of them that did. They'll know in a few weeks or days. I think through the day we'll come out with more info. Well, I think so, and they'll say if it is or isn't him, it just, it didn't wash up on the shore of Cebu. So it's something I wanted to discuss and tell people that, no matter what the outcome is, I still feel it's safe in the Philippines. You should take precaution going to others and make day trips down to that area with people probably in preference of a large group of people, maybe a couple missionary guys with you, you know. You got to take precaution, but I still will say I still feel safer here than, with the question earlier, do I feel safe here? Yeah, I don't care about no expats, don't care about the Filipinos I don't have any fear or danger from any situations here. I do feel safer here, than, it's not like that I feel safe here. I feel more than safe. Like I said, nothing's been messed with here. Not at all. Robert, I'm gonna post a thing. I did play a video earlier where it's severely blurred out. I mean, I'm sure this will still get demonetized just based on the talk, and that's fine. It's not a big deal. But I was trying to get it set up, and so that way it didn't get super late here. Here in the Philippines, it's late, or actually it's early a.m. now. But it's being found on Facebook. REEKAY actually has it on. And then I plan to put the link in. I just don't have the link. The live stream was set up. Yeah, so there's somebody saying who actually has it. This is the gentleman that has put it up. So, yeah, I'm not gonna. Nobody, I mean. Yes, I posted after the live stream where they were offering 50,000, but they added 100,000 recently to it. So yeah, so it's up to 150,000. But here's the thing: they may still keep on offering that, of course, even if that happens to be him and he's recovered. I'm sure they're going to give that money out. So yeah, yeah, that's after the fact lab test. I'm going to say 75% of it's him. I knew it wasn't a kidnap based on him being shot. Okay, according to his family, he was allegedly. Newspapers are definitely saying allegedly he was. That the kidnappers can't get top dollar for damaged goods. Oh, they can, but he's not exactly. He appears to possibly be middle class, and I'm not one to judge on the type of family, but it seems to be a middle class family that's done some traveling. But he is an actual Uber driver, which still would seem like money for people there. But I think that wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, so there's a lot still going on. Yeah, the 5-6 is very haram. Yep, exactly. The people know the family, and the family knows them. Yeah, yeah. I think you were here in our live stream today and yesterday, or the last one. So that's what they're saying. But there's a lot of speculation, and I have a gallon of water delivered to the police checkpoint every day with snacks to take care of the police. So they will take care of you if you need it. It's just rolling back when I'm not looking. Gotcha. Christian said that he looked at the body. Doesn't seem to be him. Poor Cassius Clay. He abandoned Jesus thinking that Muhammad was greater, but Muhammad was. Uh oh. Yeah. Scary. A lot of powerful and wealthy Filipinos. They will get priority over you. Okay, so maybe you have an inside track. It said there was so much blood in the bedroom. I mean, they haven't shown any of that. Haven't seen any articles. They said when he tried to resist, but they had some of what they said was splatter out in the, outside. So didn't know it was inside the house. So again, can't watch every single thing, read every single paper. But David, I'm just curious where that, but again, haven't watched everything. Thank you, Loloy. Glad to see you. 99% it's him. Richard Filipinos. Okay, according to Second Wind, he says now he's at 99.9 himself. So, okay. So that's some of the features we're showing. But remember, a lot happens when that all happens. Here's somebody named Christian. Hey, Christian. He says, I can confirm that it is not terrorism, but it is related on what he did in the area. If the terrorists, they won't risk killing that person just for ransom. Yeah, I mean, I would say that even if they did, they possibly would, in some countries, would still go after the financing, but I don't, you know. And I think the government's made it clear in the papers, they're like, huh. Several times they said, huh, no asking for the money yet. And George goes, man, they keep saying that a lot. But yeah, they do. So that's why I think it just totally puts that out of there. I think this was super personal. Yeah, telling Christian looks like personal beef. Yeah. Well, not at this time. I mean, not with. Foreign T said, yes, I think only confirmation bias is telling uses it's a Caucasian at this point. I think only confirmation is bias is telling us that it's a Caucasian. We shall see. Um, how did you quit? I'm smoking after I'm quitting after the. It was a while back. Um, Pretty much probably in Mexico. I didn't for 6 months, and I haven't since I've been here. So I wasn't a heavy smoker at all. So a pack would last me 2 days. I was one of those light smokers, more social with like going to a bar, a club, or something. And that's kind of where I was. So it was pretty easy. Everybody's got like a vice. Like I used to drink on the occasion, like vodka or something, and do like the cranberry and the mixed drinks. And when me and George would go out and do things and go like bowling and play pool, and I would have a drink and then an occasional cigarette, but it wouldn't happen too often. And just, I really don't drink anymore. And so there's a lot of, so, and I will honestly say junk food is my vice now. So everybody's got something. And with me on steroids all the time, it does not help anything. So, hey, that's the biggest risk I take. And I, believe me, I still take, you know, in other words, got to cut down on the salt, got to cut down on the sugar. I don't drink a lot of soda. I drink a lot of water, but it was easier for like the alcohol, and the cigarettes was the second hardest. What was a good-looking young guy? What the hell was a young, good-looking guy like that doing in Mindanao? He went there originally because of a girl that face FaceTime or Facebooked him first. When he got there, something went south. I heard all kinds of things. Could only be like whatever speculation is. And then at that point, he told the story how they locked eyes, or she locked eyes with him, and the current wife he's with. They started a small romance. I don't know if it's at the same time. I'm hearing all kinds of things, reading all kinds of things. So he went there for her, and that is true. Why not? in that area because it's dangerous. He should have threw all caution. That's been the biggest question from Filipinos and other expats. Why, with all the women, I guess that's just you. Sometimes they say you don't choose who you love, but I think actually you do. But we made a joke about young and dumb and everything else, and he's done everything else in between. So, yeah. While tragic, the kid created a roadmap of what not to do. That's true. How not to act and not where you should have lived if thinking about moving here. Hopefully, people that choose to be expats here learn from this. Yeah, and they really need to adjust to the culture. And I've been saying it's not easy. It's not easy, and some people are bringing their American expat wives with them. There are full couples moving from Europe and coming here to live long term for their retirement because it's cheaper here. They're going to other Asian countries. It doesn't matter where they plan to go live, that's cheaper no matter what type of couple. There's still a lot going on here in the Philippines. And it doesn't take a special type of person. It just takes somebody that has patience and understanding and know that things could go good and bad. And there's a lot of we've talked about things, the weather, and you know, there's a lot. There's actually a lot. We used to do a lot more of these videos, and then once the vlogging world kicked in, and there's literally 1,001 people telling the same subjects over and over again, we kind of felt it was kind of, it was like beating a dead horse, literally. And so we cover them on the occasion when it comes up. Like right now with this coming up, it's like caution, be careful going to certain areas, respect culture, and there's so much to learn from this. And it is an American young gentleman that is, we're old enough to be his parents, and I feel sad for the parents. And we can only pray that this isn't him. But being he's been gone this long, if this is not him, then sad for whoever's child that it actually is. And then where is he? So that would be the next question is where is he? So that's for sure. Hey Ted, what is up? Looks like I'm having my coffee early and gonna have an afternoon nap. Mm, Ted, did you get that? Um, Real quick, Sarah, if you're still in the house, it's the trip to Libya is not on Facebook. It's on his YouTube, and you have to go into his shorts and you have to hit oldest videos. But it's still within I think less than 2 years. So the Libya, yeah, is actually yeah. So I did send that to. But yeah, that is coming. Open Joy Revelation. Are we keeping track on Don and Richard? Yes. Um, because they're still working on that divorce bill and all that. And so we'll be going over relationships and what it's like living here. He admitted going through depression and all of that. That does apply to being here because mental health is very important here. And a lot of people are already tripping when they're actually getting here already. So, in other words, there's always something. And if not, it could cause that, like just being in retirement and all that. And I remember you guys commented about her reaction to the Tulfo on the fake accounts. Yeah, he said there's all kinds of issues with that. So we will. That is what's supposed to be coming up on our next live. Um, and that will be what is today? Today Wednesday. Technically, it's Wednesday in the Philippines. It could be Tuesday for some of you guys. So I don't know. In another 24 hours, give or take, 24 and a half, 24, 30 hours, something like that. They could have just relocated to Davao or yeah, the Cagayan de Oro. Yeah, and at one point they weren't living in the family house there. They got an apartment. He asked her was she happy in that how we met video on Facebook, and she said I guess her answer was no because she wanted to do like what he did, which was traveling. She said she pretty much wanted to do and be what he is. And there was kind of a slight hint about traveling to the US, but um she just said she wasn't happy. I thought she was going to say I miss my family, and it wasn't. She goes, "No, I want to be you. I want to do," which she's young. If she's 18 or 19, I guess that would be what she, what they really I get it. She's really really young. Family is destroyed, but having him found will bring closure. Yeah. I feel bad for the family that they're here in the United States, especially his grandparents, because he talked about them a lot. How he could tell he loved his grandparents. Yes, I love my grandparents too. I get that too because there was something broken. I know Tim mentioned that, like I said earlier, if you missed it, that about his mother, but he did have a relationship with his mother. His just did, unless something fell apart since the videos he made. So, oh, that is true. Drinking more water in general every time you crave it helps. Gotcha. Yeah. Let's hope it's not. Rest in peace if it is him. Some things are leaning, but like some of the things that were on him, it does. I'm more leaning towards that it is him. Hopefully, it's not. And again, how many people are missing in that area? And it's which there could be. Like I said, people fall off of boats and things happen, and that is for sure. Also, just be cautious of what you are repeating. This is all speculative. We do not know the facts, and the evening news does not tell the truth either. Correct. Yep, that's what we've been saying. We said that earlier today. Allegedly, possibly, conversation could be, maybe, not, oh my God, and then said that is absolutely, and it's the end of the, no, we don't know. So, but I mean, this isn't like, we kind of weigh out when we should go live and discuss something and not. And you got to weigh out if the word is on the street and you're getting messages that is saying, hey, I mean, I get the body's going to be light and everything because it's been in the water and how long it's been gone. But when it specifically didn't wash up, like I said earlier on Cebu, I kind of leaned into let's see what's let's do the live on it now because maybe it is, maybe it's not. And is Elliot Jewish? Someone said he is. Maybe they knew the possibility. Eastman, I believe, is. But somebody also said that he looked like he does look like he's Russian descent of some sort, but I don't know. Yeah, I imagine they dumped him on the way because it was hard to connect you if you don't have. Yeah, it's possible. I was saying earlier that they could have. They said they took a boat to a boat is what I could have sworn I read over and over again, but they took a boat to leave out of that area with 100, and maybe you would know, Ted, 130, 140 miles away. How long does it take in 5 days? Could they have drove for a few hours, went to a smaller area, and then dropped him, or could they have just dropped him once they got him out there? If it's him. There you go. I pray for everyone to be healed and have justice in Jesus' name. She just turned 18 on September 30th, so that was her birthday cake and everything. She would not have been able to travel before that date. Wait a minute. So then, how did they legally get married? Was that with the parent? And I thought they still couldn't do that, or is it only Islamic? Because they've been married for 5 months. So she would have been 17 when he married her, and he's still within this year, according to his birthday, would have still been 26. There's another situation. 18. All right, so he was 8 years different than her then. And according to that, that is not covered within that time frame. Remember, there has to be, what is that law they have out there? There's so many different numbers now, and like I said, well, there's the roosters, by the way. They start at like 2, 3 in the morning. That's the roosters out there already. Yeah, 3. So that is not covered. So remember, you have to be within a time period of an age. So basically, it's always 18. Oh, there he is. Oh, George. George is here watching. Hey, baby bear. Yeah, he said just turn the volume. He says he can get married at 16 with parental. But what about George? What about the age difference? At that time, he'd have been 8 years. I thought you said unless somebody met that marginal. And remember, he met her a while back. They've been married for 5 months. They were, so maybe it's what we were discussing earlier. It was Islamic. Look at it. There he is, guys. We went through that whole age of consent thing over several expats over the last year. So we did discuss he's possibly only married Islamically. He's 26. He's 8 years older than her. She just turned 18 in September. Okay, now I don't have confirmation. This person is saying that she's 18 but they did show a birthday cake and something going on. There's an 8-year difference. Which doesn't really change. I mean, we said that if the parents knew, just like other people who've dated younger women, there was even a long time speculation, allegedly, that Chrissy initially was really young, but can't even confirm that one, guys. That's what I thought. Because I thought they changed the law most recently. George said it'll be null. There's no way. The I don't even think the parents can consent. I don't know why I'm looking at the phone like he's down there. I don't even think the parents can consent. They changed those laws. Like even signing a paper like the U.S. is not possible anymore. They did that a few years ago, but that is something totally different. Says she also doesn't have a passport. Well, she probably had a hard time because he doesn't have the money. You really need money to get the wife out of the country, and that's a long process. And that brings something else. Was he legal at the time? But none of that is. I know it's a lot of side talk. Again, it's just that. It's just all possibilities and all of that. Yeah, alive or unalive. Yeah, it's hard actually saying. This is more of I gotta let this off, guys. Gotta let the good times roll. Hey, baby. There's Bella. Hey, Bella Bear. Oh, my fat cat. Oh, my fat cat. We had a couple of the cats fixed, and then afterwards they get fed like twice a day. Why do you always do that? You freak me out. I'm more worried that we got ghosts than anything. I'm more scared of them ghosts than those expats. Huh, baby? You the Ghostbuster? Huh? No, when I wear a headband too long, it actually gives me the. I told George, I said, we all have problems. um, So then it does, because when he came here, I told you she looked awful young. So a lot of people are like, he's just a baby, and I'm like, yeah, I get that. You know, it's it's just let the good times roll. Oh no, there it is. No, that's not gonna help. Oh well, just gonna leave it like that. Yeah. Did you seen that earlier clip? The earlier clip actually stated, yeah, it almost seemed like he had not converted. There is so much that's actually there, you know. Guess we could always sit around and talk about Diddy, all the speculation going on there. Always is just talk, just about the talk. Did I put that up, guys? Now I am starting to lose my sleep. It's not a crime of passion, it's more a crime of hate. Um, yeah, no. It's weird. I was gonna say we ought to bring George on the live. That is weird. They think you're in Tagatai. I said you're in the doghouse. I said no, he's there helping with the uncle and visiting. And I mean, you should be spending time with a lot of people spend time with the family. Let's see. I hope they don't get generalized. Mindanao is a bad region. I have been to the northern parts of it. It's like North Caboto and the Surla. The people are friendly. I just feel sorry for Elliot. That is so true. You just want to always take caution. You take caution here in Angel City or Mabalacat or anywhere in Manila or any of the areas you go to. Just certain areas, it's like when you know certain territories, you just don't actually go, guys. And unfortunately, it's going to be bad. We said for everybody, and I feel sorry for the families that live in the area. It's kind of like when cartel areas of like Mexico and everything. Not every single person is a bad person. That's what I'm saying. There's good people, there's bad people, and there are people that want to be good, good, and just people are people. It's kind of like when people mess up in Florida, when people mess up in Nevada, it just makes that whole state. And I know there's something else going on. Isn't there something else going on in the U.S. right now? There's something, but there's still not safe over there, says yeah, Illinois. They may have been sending a message. News yesterday about conviction of the 17, Islamic militants. Oh, I see what you mean. Now there's another possibility. They did just announce in the news that yes, there was. Yeah, but I didn't pay attention to which ones or which was that specifically that area, same fraction that could have. It's all a possibility. So then you think, but if that was literally just yesterday and something like that just recently happened, it's been 5 days, then is that just something that happened today? I don't know. I can't tell you the decomp, any of that, the decomp or anything. But yes, I did hear that. I would have, Mindanao barely gets tourists anyways. It won't affect them much. Passionately hateful crime for the Muslims. Islam is not a religion of peace. I wouldn't say that. I've been around Muslims. I've been married to a Muslim myself, and I wouldn't say that either. There's bad people, there's good people. There's bad Christians, there's good Christians, they're everything. You have to say that. I cannot say that there's bad people. So that is so true. There's just bad people. Their religion, where they live, the color of their skin and all that doesn't matter. If they're bad, they're bad. They're a bad apple. It's kind of like, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. The girl was just bad. They just dropped her down the egg chute with the golden eggs or whatever. That's just straight out something I've learned and something I'm really learning. You can't judge an entire race, culture, and skin color, or any of that, including religion, and say you don't, you know, this or that. So tourists go to Cebu, Palawan, Boracay, Siargao, not Mindanao. They do. Just it's not a known place, and they've been trying to turn that around for a long time. And if this is what it is, and they found him like that, and that would actually probably make a lot of the areas go for a while. Because they now initially it just went in a couple newspapers. We were really surprised the first 3 days it didn't even make it to NBC. As a matter of fact, they're still not putting it on there. They're only putting it on NBC newspaper, not on the news. Now it's starting to circulate, but it took almost 5 days for that to happen, and we get it. With a lot of different things, they don't want to scare people. They could have got the word not to say anything. It's hard saying, but if this is all true, then it's 100% going to send like a shock of let me rethink about that vacation. So there's already a guy that does some filming over here that says he'll probably put a delay to things until this is all straightened up, and this is before that announcement. He was also robbed 2 weeks ago per his video. He used the words, but I think it was property theft when they were away. I wish somebody would take George, and I wish somebody would take that dog out there. Both of them in the doghouse. Goodbye. Just kidding. They both eat a lot of junk. They Char. Oh, nothing from you down there? I keep looking down the phone like that's you. So, oh, hold on. Check on him. Not that I think I'd get anything out of them. Let's see. If the FBI is really involved, they will end up getting, yeah, but it depends on the local jurisdiction what they do. That's what I was. That's what I was saying. That it may take a while to get through all that. And George seen. Okay, so that would answer that. So yeah, he's supposed to go somewhere from there. So okay, no one's keeping you on till 8 in the morning. Are you saying you got to go to sleep? You've been having a few drinks there, sweetie. All right. But like I'm sure you can hear me, George. They did do the drone thing. They were actually really actively searching for him. But I think that if that is him and he is in the area and we were all wrong or right, or and let's say it is, again speculation. I don't think they're going to move as quick as the U.S. I think it'll take time to regroup. It took them, George. It took them days, I think, to actually get down there. People are like wondering. He's been gone for a few days. When was the government going to show up? I don't know. Also, Mindanao, fashion girl, especially Davao and General Santos. I did get him earlier. That's what made me think it was him too. There are some additional photos. I still think it's him. Okay, so George is saying the ocean currents in the area is correct. So yeah, with 125 miles out, they did say they took that whatever chop suey boat, I'm going to call it chop suey boat, and they took off out there. If they travel for a day or so, and then the currents and everything, kind of like Florida, it wouldn't have took long to end up over there. Do you ever remember, George, them talking about the black shorts? I know they said the guy was. I didn't remember his wife specifically saying what he was dressed in. I don't think that. I think that's the last thing they've been talking about. But there could have been a paper that mentioned that. That they said he was in all black. George said no, he didn't remember any of the papers. So now, once we get stuck on an article, we have full conversations with other expats, and then we go through, you know, and kind of do a little. But it's possible. But I have not been through that. Tony Manning is still saying he thinks it's him. George, what do you think as far as the skull? I mean, I get all the body, whatever, and this and that. Do you see, like, with the height and, you know, who knows it? Oh man, I better not. You guys be like, oh, she was saying he was a monkey. Is that a monkey? Could that have been a chimpanzee or something? Just char. There it is. Hello. I don't have you on. Can I put you on speaker? Listen to you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Maybe we ought to set you up on the.
just real quick, okay? Now, the water currents are right as far as if at any point the body was okay, whether it's him or not, if you were to drop like anything that's floating that in the area where it's at, parents would take him to somewhere on the right. It's a right location on the beach. It would end up in that area, correct? Now, remember, he was taken on a boat, so odds are he didn't just dump him right there in front.
Correct.
And
They
right,
said somebody mysteriously mentioned they felt he did not go to the areas they thought. They thought he went somewhere nearby.
correct. So now the timeline is long enough, and what I'm saying is anybody, any veteran who's, I mean, keyboard veteran, combat veteran would tell you anybody shot anywhere in the leg with an Armalite and M16 is not going to last long without real medical attention, which means he wouldn't have lasted more than a couple of days.
Or a
So,
couple hours. How long would it have
correct.
taken to go? Do you know how long it takes to travel?
Well,
How
that's the thing. We don't
50?
know how far they took him, and
Right.
that's at that point it's speculation.
Okay.
However, here's the
So,
interesting thing about that body.
uh-huh.
Now, again, remember, whether it's him or not, the weird thing is about the body is one, I'm pretty sure they made sure his face was they really messed up the face.
Mm-hmm.
So one, two, there was rope on the leg, which means at one point in time he was probably tied down. I'm talking about tied to something, like tied to a hollow block or something like that, and then
Oh snap!
it came loose.
Well, I wasn't going
Bottom
to
line,
say that.
that body was not meant to be found. That's why there's rope on the leg. In all probability, but here's the thing: most people don't realize when you tie down a body, a hollow block is enough to tie down a fresh body, but once it floats up, you need a more counterweight. So therefore, the body floats, and then eventually,
I shouldn't.
the thing is tied to, it breaks off. Yada yada yada. Long
So,
story short,
for me, they
this
would
body
have
was
to
not
tie
meant
me to
to
the
be
house and
found.
drop me.
Right.
Okay, thanks,
But
bro.
this is a relatively fresh body. Second one is in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure a body that's been there longer, that body would be more bloated.
And it was not. So my guess is they took them possibly somewhere nearby, and I mean, I'm not thinking like that they took a trip for an hour or two, went 40, 50 miles, and he was already unalive, and then dumped him right there. I think they
Well,
took him
they
somewhere and
went
after a
as
few
far
days,
as
and then they took him
in all
out.
probability they went as far as they could, and then dumped the body just to make sure what can't get found. But obviously, whatever the tide's leg to didn't hold because most of the time. The thing is, the funny thing is, if you know about forensics again, whenever they dump bodies in the water, majority of the time they don't stay in the bottom. They whatever's holding them down gets cut off or anything like that. The bodies get loose and then they float away.
And that's what happened, yeah. So, but at this point, figuring, after I seen the other photos, it does appear more and more that it is possibly him. But let's say we are spot on that situation. Do you now at this point seeing that if it is him, possibly, then do you think that was the crime of passion, or do you think that he was crying so much and upset the fraction or facility people that something happened? That looks like a crime of passion. That seemed like some serious damage. You think they just irked somebody?
That's personal, yeah. Personal.
Personal. That's why a beef.
That's not a ransom thing. That's personal.
Yeah, so for me, I feel personally, and I have to say this, that it takes it out of the realm of the family to something possibly on the outside. Somebody he loaned money to, an ex of hers. Maybe he was dissed out of the marriage. Now I'm hearing all kinds of weird things like he was married or she was married even beforehand, or he had a second wife and it was the second wife's sex. I'm hearing everything. I'm reading everything. It's kind of hard saying, but to me, I don't think at this point or any point actually that it was the family. They might know something, and they're like they said, like Chosen One said, people can't talk. They're really going to, but I think this is now officially, yeah. And so the poor young guy just was in love. That's about as innocent as it gets. He was in love, and he didn't heed caution at all. So.
Yeah, he should have left there.
I think he's actually been in out twice. I could be wrong. So during them few times, he knew how it was. I mean, he kind of made complaints that people didn't like him, and there's different things going on. I just think the money thing is not the issue. I just think he should have realized, but we can't say what he was going through. But he sure looked like his last few months he was under some serious stress that made him look kind of like there was something neurological, but that might have been more something else going on. So yeah. Let's see. Did we babe, you should remember, Fashion Girl used to be around quite a bit. There's Fashion Girl saying, I don't see any white bloggers in Davao, though I see some Russians, and maybe meant Samar. Yeah, I think I think they all hang around the mall up here or walking streets or in some places in Manila. Um, I remember I joke about that because when the country reopened, there was only like a lot of them left. And when we used to go to the mall, remember when the mall was half empty? And as people started coming in, there was more and more bloggers, but there were more and more older dudes that were hooking up with their wives and getting back in town. I was like, there goes another white guy. There goes another expat. There goes this person. And look at all these guys showing up. Like every time we went to the mall or went somewhere, there were more and more and more expats. But now there's just more and more vloggers. I mean, no matter where it actually is. Paul H says Mindanao is a bad region. Just ask the Filipinos. Yeah, a lot will take precaution, but I would say would you say it's just more southern Mindanao, or would you go to northern Mindanao, George?
Well, okay, remember again, that's overgeneralizing. It's not a question of north or south. Because again, northern is Siargao, okay,
Yeah.
and central is Davao, and then southern is Cavite. Now, there's pockets. It's kind of hard to discern because again, even here in our area, there's places you should not go to, and this is talking about Indian City.
Yeah.
So no, in it, like I said, it doesn't matter what country you're in, what city you're in. There's no go zones in any city, and everybody knows that. And in Zamboanga del Norte, that area where he was in, that's a no-go zone for, expats. Now, Filipino probably be okay, but again, expats, different story, you know?
Yeah. All right. So I'm sending George the additional photos that what's his name sent. So let me see if I can never get in here right. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's trying to. All right, so I'm going to send you what's his name sent me, which made me kind of.
Second one? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Well, okay, so there's. That dang rooster was out here. He's been out here. And then someone asked earlier, with you gone, was I afraid? And I made the comment, I said, not of an expat. And it was kind of a strange statement. And I said, I'm the pit bull here. So what am I, you know? you know, it's like, okay, not really. I feel pretty safe no matter what. I sleep like a baby here, whether George is here or not. And, you know, so, and I'm telling him what the specifics are. Yeah, because remember we were discussing. What are you making, coffee? Let's hope it's not. Okay, I'm going to go through some of the comments while he's looking at that. Open Joy. Ace Bachelor Cool says many Korean bars on Walking Street hire girls from Samar and Samal. Yeah, there's a lot of the girls that come from far regions, and a lot of people are like, oh, well, how are the Muslim girls going out there? And they are Muslim, and it's like, because they got to eat. Truth. Huh? You guys don't want to hear the truth, man? I know you don't want to hear that me and George knock the boots 3 and 4 times a day, but you're welcome. Right, George? Okay, well, twice, but I take care of other favors if we work that out. Look at, oh, gee whiz. Look at my hair. I feel like that rooster. All right. Char. I just I don't know if you heard me earlier, George, when I said only a few things have hit bottom, and I said they're not dumbasses that come on and remind me of how I was abused or yell stupid stuff, or like when celebrity friends that I have had, guys, had actually passed away that I knew. It's a little upsetting, and you've seen me cry, but this one knocked the wind out of me. And you know what's weird when that came up, George? I was just about to get the tarot cards, and I was just about to get the magic 8 ball. Maybe we should get the magic 8 ball. Oh, by the way, I think I said that if I'm like possibly wrong on here, and I hope that I am, I think I said I would eat durian and balut early. But I'm. Hey, what am I? Did you cats take my magic 8 ball? What is that noise? You always do that. Okay. Until you do something, I don't know what that noise is. One of the attackers did not wear a mask when he was handling the boat before the attack, so they're saying they got a description. So okay, I'm kind of confused by that statement, but it said according to the photos, I think it's him, but look at the beard. He barely could grow one. I believe the other photos do show that. I believe on his what's it called, it showed at some point he did, guys. And I just think he shaved every day. I think the photos up north when he returned, he was it does show further back, but I could be wrong. Same hair colors, same kind of, nipples, trying to figure out the belly button. And it is stating here the mole on his chest is there. So he does have a dark brown mole that is in a specific spot, and the person does. But George, do you agree? You don't have to agree or disagree. Aren't most Filipinos semi-hairless? Well, huh?
For the most part.
Right, except for Bush. Except for that Bush. And we're talking about in other spots, but for the most part, yes. But this person has tufts of hair under each armpit, and remember, he's always swinging his arms up in the camera, and there's quite a bit of hair. And so I'm not trying to be weird. It's long, reddish blonde, and that's what's there. And that's not quite indicative of most Filipinos. Most of it is dark. So it's just another. But I mean, just what kind of chance is it that happens to be a body that rolls up in that area? Again, but I'm pretty sure it does show beard on him when he's back driving and stuff, but not a heavy one. Enough that what it's showing. And if he was out there for a few days, and we don't know if, you know, it could have within a few days grew like that for sure. So on a what I would call a Western man, or it's a possibility. And it does seem to be light, and his hair is lightish. He happened to color it recently. So there's a lot going on, guys. A lot to process. Well, that's just it. Clairvoyant said foreigner wet hair. He's practically scalped. There is no hair. He had a super short haircut, but his hair was still dark. And it could be that it looks like part of his skull's missing. So, like I said, I already accepted that this video was demonetized. So, might as well just say it now. Yeah, the whole top of his skull is gone. Well, that is true. He has. It looks like there's some, but I mean, I don't think a 17-year-old was married previously. She turned 18. He said in 30. So yeah, what's with the ex or the wife and marriage, and there's all kinds of stuff going around. So maybe we are talking about him. There's all possibilities. I was married a second time by the time I was 26. So it's a, I get around. Right, Ben? Been around the world and I gonna marry every foreigner and I. What's with the cats? They're like all over the place. It could be dirt. That's the other possibility. They're foreign. Foreignoid D says it could just be a speck of dirt. Like I said, let's just Right now, too many signs are pointing to yes, and I don't want to. This is the one time I don't want to be right. That I don't want to say it wrong. This is the first time I don't want to be right about being wrong or wrong about being right.
The problem is with being right or wrong is either way, this is still a corpse.
There's still it. Well, that's what I said earlier. This is still somebody's baby. And here's the thing: we still haven't heard from him. It's just possibly, allegedly, a matter of time. And did you hear about the 17 insurgents that were recently sentenced? They feel that it's.
Now, the only probability, okay, are there light-skinned Filipinos? Yes. Are there? So, the common light-skinned races here in the Philippines would be obviously one, other than the obvious Western. Remember, we do have Chinese, we do have Koreans, and we do have a lot of Russians here. But either way, it's still a corpse.
I can't actually see if it's.
And like I said earlier, I was hoping again, still hoping that it was all a scam just to get numbers. It's just all an act. I mean, at least he'd be alive at that point.
Yeah.
Right. And he could still be, but the the probability is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The coincidence is too high.
Did you take a look at the initial photos that where he's laying on his side there by the seawall? It's weird. It almost looks like he has. I mean, I would almost say that I couldn't see this person being Filipino. The ears are really small. Not trying to be weird or nothing. He's got really tiny ears. Unless the rest of them got chewed off. I mean, we're getting really graphic here. Again, we've already lost monetization, so I'm just going to put it out there. I'm up. Let's talk. But it's crap load of hair under the arms, and then his ears are really tiny. But I'm seeing mustache almost. But that I could be wrong on that one. You know, um, are you seeing what I'm talking about?
Well, it's really hard to say.
That one right there. If you zoom in on that one, it actually shows how tiny his ears are. And I didn't pay attention to home slices. But it could just be because of, no, his ears aren't exactly, but that could be anything at this point. But they're, I don't know, I just hope not. That could be some Chinaman. He looks like one of those, like where they show like Ming Dynasty. It looks like a Fu Manchu.
Well, I mean, the coincidence again. It's really high. Even the nipple sizes are about right.
Those, I guess, I'm just asking a stupid question. I guess those would turn white too, no matter what. Or does the old dark nipples and everything else apply? It's not like a corner or anything.
Well, I'm not talking about the areola. I'm talking about the actual nipple.
Yeah, that's what somebody else was saying.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the crown. No. No, the crown will turn white. Yes, but the actual nipple mostly no. But you know.
But here's my thing in looking at the one of it laying on the ground. Why does that look like? Is that an actual bag over his face?
Where?
Um,
One.
Here, hold on.
You talking about the one on the side?
No. I know we're getting into our own thing here. Got people sitting here. Let me see. Here you go. That one. All right, I'm gonna go and answer questions while you're. Sorry, guys. It's Mindanao is safe. Too many coincidence. My only doubt is no. The unshot wound. In other words, yeah, there's no. But here's the thing. Again, it's not that I don't trust the family. Maybe, like you said, they know the person and they really can't say, and they just said that. I don't know. And maybe, I mean, there's zero. I mean, am I actually getting a full look at his legs? But do you see that?
Yeah, no, that's back.
Well, why does it look like it's melted like cheese?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's where the start to chew on it.
Oh, okay. There it is. And okay.
There.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just checking something. People are in there talking. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
What?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see. Yeah, I mean the difference in skulls would change um based on where they're from. Yes. So I was right on that, but yeah, not due to it. Okay, so it looks like he's gone. Yeah, so I just wanted to see on that, but yeah, it just looks like when everybody's saying, is it or speculation, and to go one step further, I did not see all of the REEKAY putting that information out, what his thoughts were on it. I know he said that it's a possibility, like we are. We're just going further into it, which wasn't my intention. Yeah. Good morning, Salem. Look at my hair. Trying to do something with it here this morning. Trying to look good for you there, Salem. Look at me. I just couldn't keep the headband on anymore. Let's hope it's not him, but if it is, we'll hear soon. But as I was telling everybody, I've been now on for 3.5 hours. George is with the family, spending time with the uncle. Um, and I was like, yeah, I just want to run it. As soon as I started to hear this and we received messages, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to wait to be able to discuss what's happened after we've covered some of this. And we did a live as of now yesterday, and the U.S. Embassy, when I called them right before the live, I spoke to somebody. They said we're not aware that anybody of anything with everybody down there. Not every. It's not like they have a crap load of people. I'm just saying with people down there and all this going on that they did find. That would have been news to them, but no word has been brought to them. But at first, I had to play around. I said, I don't even know how to start with this. I said, but I know you may not even be able to say. I said, but did you guys hear if there was maybe possibly that they found the guy or a Filipino? And I went through all that with them, and that's when they went through and said, yeah, no, nobody has said nothing. I said, well, give or take. And at that time, it had been about 10 hours. I said, and I said, there's kids, adults, down there where they had found somebody. And remember, if it does that, they're going to go through like a stage of probably through the barangay and bringing him back in. How long does it take to get back in there? I don't know. Like, did it take a couple ferries? And went through the whole thing. So, um, oh, that's interesting. Did not hear about that. Wow, isn't it amazing what actually gets around? How quick that actually. Wow. I did not find anything. They've only been circulating the same one, so it's weird. We could find that, but actually couldn't find. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing that. That's hard saying. No, I have not. Somebody mentioned that. Was that you that mentioned that earlier? But I don't see that. On the flip side, stay away from school and soda, right? Mm, that's a rough one. That's something else is that I used to drink. I was vegan for 2 years. Some of the photos that I posted to our members through our membership, and it's just by coincidence I'm mentioning it. Either a member or you're not, like joined and everything. But I put out some photos of me just probably 6 months to a year prior to coming here, and I've been on a lot of steroids and been sick and everything. And I was in the gym sometimes. Usually it was at least once a day where I would do an hour of certain exercise, like the treadmill and some weights and everything, and I would swim every day, usually 6 days a week. And at that time, I was vegan for like 2 years, which doesn't always mean healthy because you can still eat certain things like Oreos, and I was pretty strict. Um, and I cut out on the soda, but I started drinking diet soda. I started putting weight back on just based on the diet soda, and I used to get a lot more headaches because of whatever the artificial sugar was, and so, and of course, I've slipped off the boat since then, and but soda is a rough one and a bad one. It bloats you, it eats your insides up. Alcohol is rough. Yeah, it's a possibility. For those, I have to keep reiterating because I still see X amount of people in the room. If you're not subscribed, we'll be covering a lot more of these topics. We do expat help. We talk about our personal life. I'm an American here. George reminds me that I don't say it enough. An expat couple. George is Filipino, again, with his family as of now, and he's got something going on at 8. And then um, we used to cover a lot more expat help, and we still do. When things come out, we try to cover it, and then we just discuss what's going on with other expats. We discuss what's going on in the news, stuff in America, and just an overall. We've always had fun with this channel, but we do a lot of joking. Like this Saturday, I believe it's Ricky coming in, or the Ricky character, and then the week after that, it's going to be me again, playing Rachel or wearing the wig. But I actually like that wig. I should have used it earlier. God, it's already been almost a day. I was going to do it when we went out for lunch today. Or like I said, it's a whole new day. Kind of hard to get lost. But yes, she's actually pregnant. We did run some. Oh, when I have to take that back. Allegedly, I already said allegedly earlier, which covers me. I said early on allegedly. According to her, she goes, but they say I am pregnant, and that came from actually her. Um, the clips that I had earlier, I've already played it twice now. She said that. He said that there have been people for quite some time. We said that initially before any footage was shown, that it was being said that from his mouth that he was being threatened all the time. And it was just, this is all sad. It's very, very sad. So I don't think I'm going to play it actually again. They may have seen him as a liability if it was a ransom attempt. Possibly after the if somebody has them photos that's within our Facebook, we are at Philippine Antics. There is 2 accounts. One actually just says Philippine Antics, where we prefer people to be signed up, and then we have our other account. It'll both come up. We have 2 accounts. I don't know how long you've been in here, Fashion Girl. The wife is pregnant, possibility. So I will run it one more time for those that might not be catching on to the recent stuff. One more time, again, the audio, because the way the clips are recorded.
know, dude. Because the family I'm with is just scared. To, like, they want to keep me in like a little box so that they keep me as safe as possible. And then by doing that, they feel like they're keeping themselves as safe as possible. I feel like I've been staying in this.
Okay. So by them keeping him in a safe box, they're keeping themselves in a safe box. I think George said somewhere along the line of that it was just better to keep him hidden at some point. That yes, all of their safety was they were all possibly in a danger zone at that point. It's Some have said it's because they needed his financing and his help, and he was building these businesses and everything else. It was like they were trying to hold on to multiple things at once, trying to possibly get away from the slippery penny, the shiny penny. But I mean, there was so much actually going on. But
area for so long to the point where people, I don't even know if people like me anymore. Maybe they want bad things to happen to me now. It's like that's how I'm starting to think. So it's like, it's really not good. Sometimes it's hard for me, like living with my out there too. Back in the U.S., like no matter what I do, no matter how nice I be or anything, like it's hard. It's just hard for me to live with him. I don't know why. Yeah, I did my fair share of adventuring, like in the U.S. and stuff like that, but not much, not really much, like in the Philippines or anything like that. And if it comes to the point where it's like all of a sudden I'm kidnapped and something's gonna happen to me, I'm gonna ask myself, I don't know. It's not like living with my grandparents who are just absolutely so nice all the time. Like, yeah, people are rude sometimes a little bit. The right way to do it is probably to be like, you can do that. Just become a Muslim, and then it's okay. You can marry anyone. It's like part of the culture. You can marry up to like 7 women in Muslim culture. The other thing I would say is people's attitude. It's hard to deal with it sometimes too.
he said it was hard to deal with the attitudes of the Filipinos.
No, I don't know if I'm pregnant or no. They said I'm pregnant.
Yeah,
No,
they
I
said
don't
that
wanna
I'm
go
pregnant.
just only you and
She
me.
didn't feel that she was
I don't
pregnant,
wanna go
but
just
they
only
did
you
tell
and
her
me.
she was pregnant.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid. Why can't I go out?
I'm afraid if we don't have somebody with us.
I don't really know because everybody's telling me right now there's people out there planning to come get me, bro. No, but that's true though. There's people coming here to tell my family that there's people that want to kidnap me or they're threatening to kidnap me or stuff like that. Like every day this is happening. This is like a real life thing for me here. And that's why no foreigners or there's no tourists staying here because they're smarter than that. But for me, I've been living here. I've been taking.
I see where they're saying she's tagged on that. It says here on his actual page, it says someone said they noticed it was strange for his last few days that he indicated he was fed up and he wanted to move on, mentioning he had invested a lot in the money into the house and the Wi-Fi, solar, and everything. That he didn't want to sell it because others needed it, but he'd have to sell it to get the money so he could continue his travels. It might as well be far off. The American, when it comes to talking about the poverty stricken areas, setting up the the investments to make a village better. He marries a local, but suddenly he gets cold feet, and now he wants to move away. He has a lot of losing face. Maybe That's interesting point somebody was making. Maybe if that's what he was saying, then maybe people were getting nervous or something. So, yeah. Second. Sorry, guys. Whew. I blew up my nose. Okay, so Alexander says that's not him. Yeah, Kim Jong, huh? Has a story made Fox News, CNN. It made it to their newspapers officially. NBC, it made it where they had it in their newspaper. Seeing it, it made it to the local news stations, like in Florida. It made it to, but no, not once. Not did we see as of up to today, going into the possibly 6th day. Yeah, it's been in the New York Times, the Guardian, and all that. Even if it's not him, then who is it? We definitely have said, yeah. Yep. Bodies turned white and no injury on the leg. Somebody said they seen the photo. Do we have any proof of that photo? Nobody else has provided the actual photos, and usually them come up first here, but could be wrong. So said it could be a fisherman. Yep, they said that. Alexander says further that the Post had said that it was from the storm, that it looks like the body, that the head was bashed from the waves against the rock. That would seem awful rough, but anything's possible. Yeah. Would they have shaved his head? They don't think it's him. Hey, Victor C., good morning. The kidnappers could turn each other in. I think that could be a possibility. The face is melted, so we can't see much. Yes. Trying to get, because we're behind. Out on bail. Where can I see the video? He's upset. It looks like them. Again, I don't know how many of you guys are in here trying to go through. I'm working on my own, but I was talking to George earlier. He's at the family home here in the same area. That's why law enforcement waits until the identity is confirmed before they say, yeah, it'll take a little bit if it is. I didn't know all bloated bodies turn white. Mm, I would say that's awful white. Depends on the skin tone, yeah, because you can actually probably type that in and see the ones that I have. Like I said, my first experience was with a child during the pandemic. There was one, and he was not that white. So, yeah. Philippine Antics, I'm just raising a few points of suspicion because confirmation bias tends to run rampant in these situations. That is true. So, Fashion Girl said, vote Trump. Fashion Girl, I hear you. Hey, you have more views without George. I know. It's, yeah, he's out there in the doghouse with the dog. So, it's probably only the topic. I'm sure, and it could be that somebody's waiting for me to fall on my face or say if I'm gonna twinge or fall apart or whatever. I'm just gonna freak out or something. But nah. But good morning, LG. This live is a train wreck. Look who's in the house. Don't wear my chanillas. Is this Kuya John? Are we actually staring at the great Kuya John? Ah, probably not even here. Probably past your bedtime, isn't it? Huh? Hope you're doing well. I'm pretty sure that's you. Train wreck. Yeah, that's you got that right. They have already identified the two suspects. I know they talked about that. Um, and that they're like we're doing the sketches. Correct. These are all theories. Then they found the old expat body. It was Ms. a few months ago. It was clogged. A few weeks before it was on the news. Yeah. So yeah, they probably blocked that. Good morning, Kate Dallas. Hello. And for those that aren't subscribed, subscribe. I got to go through that all and say hey, make a comment. If you've actually seen the footage, I don't think I can actually drop the actual link early. Angelo is in the house. Hillbilly Pyro, Scott. I know. I probably really shouldn't actually be here. I mean, I should be here. Yeah, actually, I got some coffee going actually here. I actually had some setup. I did drink up my water, and that's what's in here. Is I switched to that. Probably a good thing that I had a nap earlier and everything. Sweet Magic Poison is in the house. 4 a.m. is McDonald's breakfast. Uh, and Van Life, what is going on? Haven't seen you in a while. Yes, he does. He's down on Walking Street. Boom, you guys got me. So, and my woman's over there sleeping. How about that? Let's see. Go back down to the. What will you lose, Chanilla? All right. Been kind of off on this. Maybe they got jealous because he is always not wearing a shirt. Could be. That's what happens with George. Heidi, I'm a bit desensitized. I have seen things firsthand. I'm just glad I never had to recover a child. Yeah, this would have ended my nerves to do. That was like one of my first experiences, and that was in this area. This wasn't like far off. It was in within the area. It was a child. I think it was only 3 or 4 went missing, and they're assuming it he was like nabbed and dumped after he was you know what, and so it was a double sadness for me to see him there and to find out what they did to him. So yeah, that he was yeah. Yeah, I bet I would. We'll see. Eh, maybe it was just the non-coffee talking. But what are you doing, cat? Get out of there. Come on, BB. Come down. All right, that was just the internet, but the cat came, started to come across the backside of the table. They're always trying to lay on the laptop for heat. You better stop, silly. Well, technically, it is the expat. Angeles City. We live in Mabalacat, which is less than probably about an hour in the position we do. Or not an hour, sorry, within a mile or two. And so most of our time is spent. And this is why George explains over and over again that Walking Street is only 2 or 3 sections of bars that deal in that. The rest of the city is beautiful and has nothing to do with it. It's not strange. This is where all the good medical is. This is where all, there's mall. Everything's fine here. That area is very small, and there's nothing wrong with this area. There's a lot of expats here. So, yeah, and George, it's not too super strange. Thank you for mentioning that, Ted. George is from Angeles City. His family is within this area too. So it's where he went to college. It's where he's born and raised. He was here during Penna, but we forget. Like I said earlier, people don't know our full story, although we have several videos that talk about it. So, Ted, I thought you were from Mars. Yeah, always behind on the comments. For me, yes. And usually it's because I try to go through and answer every single one. Now I am actually skimming. I feel it's him, but I didn't see the body out of water. Yeah. So it's hard saying. Let's just hope that it actually isn't. Wasn't there rumors that he had been to maybe that Somalia and Sudan before? Well, that's what I said. He did travel over in those areas. Liberia is where he was within the year before that. Again, it was said that he was fresh out of water and never left the U.S., but he had. So he likes those type of areas. But he said he was contacted by a Filipino, and that's what piqued his interest to come to this area. We don't. We probably will never find out. Thumbs up. Thank you, Ted. There was a boat found along with the body, and the color wasn't correct for the boat. Okay. That's good news. Well, bad for the person, and then so the question would still remain at this point that if all of this is true, wrong boat, that doesn't mean the original boat. You think they're really riding around the original boat 5 days later? That's another thing. Boat speculation could be, there's always multiple sides. So the boat speculation, I doubt they're still in the same boat. But in that case, where is he? Why no ransom? Why, if those photos that allegedly is there and there was that much of a loss of blood and all of that, then I'm, you know, sadly, it's just very sad, the whole situation. Possibly, yes, there was a rope tied to his leg. So if that was just a fisherman, why is there something tied specifically to his leg? And only one leg. Maybe it was wrapped around the other and came undone. Maybe he tied himself inside the boat because of rough waters and it was a seaman. It was a fisherman out there. Possibility. You can go the other way. There's a typhoon going on. Maybe they dumped him, and that's how far away he got. Right? The guy. All right, so I think the guy means something different, but yeah. Ah, toast. Gotcha. Thanks, sweet poison. I'm 100% learning. I thought he meant Tagatai. Yes, toast. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Ricky will join us then. Yeah. Also, yeah, if he bled out in the water, then he would look more white. Yeah. The answer would be gray. Yeah. I'm late. Was it mentioned which beach? Someone did way further up. But this live's been going on almost now, officially 4 hours. Um, about ready to try to wrap this up. So someone did further up. They said it was said which one. I don't have the confirmation. There it is. Pierre Parang, and that's what's that? Maguindanao or Mugan? Yeah, Maguindanao. Danao. It says very far away, which was we said earlier, under 150 miles away. Losing your beauty sleep. I don't know, Sweet Poison, if you're talking to me or someone further up. I believe the initial incident was Del Norte, not Del Sur, but could be wrong. There was some papers that said Del Sur because I think the first day, the first time I kept speaking, I kept saying Del Sur based on I had a few articles, but I believe it's. Oh, you're talking about Davao. Yeah, see, that means I'm getting tired. Good morning, California Bear. Well, been talking a couple hours about possibly a body that has washed up ashore that appears to be a male Caucasian. But according to all the other, this is 100% at this point until we get full like identity. It is just a possibility, but so many things have been put out there now. Distance too far, stuff doesn't match as far as the body. Wrong type of boat that was there. There could be answers for everything. It could be nothing. Um, but in the end, like we said earlier, it's a recovery at this point wherever he's at. So I'm just gonna put it out there because if they haven't asked for the ransom or done any of this, something else, he would have by now needed medical help, and he would have. The areas they were taking him to, there wouldn't have been the medical help if allegedly he was bleeding as bad as he was. So Yankee Boy. I've been following this story from the beginning. Just join this chat if there's any updates. Okay, well, I'm not sure. There have been, in our circle, probably 20 of them covering this. And I have to pay attention to what time it is. I've been live for several hours, which was not supposed to go this long, but a lot of questions coming through. So, um, earlier I could say it was only within 10 or 12 hours. Again, just mentioned it. Well, I'm still behind, so yeah, people are just going through. Yeah, a lot of you guys are just talking to yourself. I'm pretty much. Hey, Cool Beans. It says here, Nicholas said, I heard he was briefly married to another local girl before she ran away with some of his money. That's what was initially pushed out there. I didn't know he married her. But the wife tried to get him to talk about it, and nothing came out. I Because at some point I seen him with two rings, and she had a ring on too. I was not losing my mind in that one, so it was kind of odd. Maybe that was her ring. He just kept wearing it. OMG, John Doe, do you confirm that he's dead? There's no confirmation yet if that is him. So, from looking at the photos, comparing his body and what it is, it's I would say at this point 99%, but there's too many other things coming up. I can't just go base. You guys can't base everything on what I'm saying or what the other videos are showing or all the other side information being put on. We're waiting to actually hear. But a body has come up on a beach side 150 miles away. Remember, the boat went out. Okay. And after that, where they parked, stayed, and then what happened after that is all an actual mystery at this point. But a body has been found in the area. Embassy is informed. So, interesting. Yeah, it said the news said reported that they had identified two of the suspects of the four that had taken him. Right. Yeah, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Yeah. Van life, we answered them, yes, open marriage, huh? Second one said, tell Jorge. We said, hey, yeah, I mean, I'm an hour behind officially. George was on the line earlier. Did they officially release something, Joseph? They said Pro Bar said it is not him. So I don't know what Pro Bar is. I mean, I know what they say they are, but where are they confirming that? So, whereas every man has no story. Don't know. Surfers keep an anchor strap on their leg to the board. Yeah, they do. That's for sure. Correct. Is there a forensic report? And Probar, I thought, was that group that's looking it up. I mean, it's literally, as of now, not even been a day since it's happened. So I'm not sure. There's a lot of extra stuff added in here. And not saying that I'm the all of all, but I've been trying to confirm some of the things that have been said. I don't see it. So yeah, it says, why don't the parents get the little kids away from the body? They're all just golfing. Yes, they do that quite often. They're pretty desensitized on that. Yeah, 150 miles away would have been where they're saying the Abu Sayyaf would have been. Adventures of the Philippine American couple. Anyways, you look at it, this is a tragedy for all involved. Most definitely. That was said earlier on. I've been in for a couple hours, and it is. Whoever that is, it's a tragedy. The whole incident to the family there, and young Eastman, and the fact there hasn't been nothing is just it's kind of like when they do the recovery situation. But there, like George said, there's there's still that possibility that he is okay, and someone did give him medical, and that we could always return. The Yeah, the easiest way is just ask if them are his short. Okay, so now we have the uh, Alexander is saying no, that looks to be Filipino size. That'll actually. So a lot of confusing information in here. There's been both sides because there was somebody saying earlier that his height looks to be right for a Westerner. So that's what I mean. So I'm not even going to try to. This is just a conversation. I am going to try to figure out all these comments. That's where I'm at this point. Like the photos and all the blood. That wasn't in one paper. I haven't found it. And for the last couple of days, we've been reading different things, getting stuff from people, and not once has all the blood that was in the room ever found. But it doesn't mean that it's not out there. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Why just give the money only $3,000 instead of losing your life? I don't know what the 3,000 was for. That's what I said. How often do they wash up? I don't know. All right, guys. For me, it's 50-50. It's him. I'm going to wrap this up. That is for sure. The police regional office. Okay, pro bar. So you're saying the police regional office has stated it's not him in that area? Okay, so that's what the pro bar stands for. The police regional office. Okay. It stands for the police there. Hope my fellow YouTuber is okay. I'll be in the Philippines next week. All right, guys. So that's where I am at on this. Way too far in here. Where's the footage? I'll leave a link to the person's footage. And yeah, because this is too long and it. Yeah, so. All right, I'm just trying to scroll through things I got behind and everything, guys. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up. Um, you guys have heard just about everything, and hopefully the police confirm that it is not him and that he got the medical attention that he needed, and they're just waiting to decide something. And so it's it initially was said that this is what possibly could have happened, and then when it happened, then there it is. So it's very sad. It's somebody's kid. Guys, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Appreciate it. We will see you guys in a day or two if nothing else comes up. Um, Stay cool and get off the Christmas lights. They're tearing it up, guys. Appreciate you guys. Take care, guys. Bye.